This story took place approximately 8 years ago. I'm going to change the names for anonymity, and this is also a burner account and will be the only post that I send to you under this account. You see, I was with my girlfriend, we'll call her Casey, for 4 years at the time of the story. We both loved the outdoors, from hiking, fishing, picnics, you name it. We loved taking a drive to a random park and just exploring. One Saturday morning, we decided to take a hike. It was a decent drive for us, so I brought our camping gear just in case we decided to camp or sleep in the car instead of driving home. Also, depending on the weather, we might just suck it up and drive home because neither of us wanted to sleep in the rain, even if it was in the car. The hike started out peaceful and enjoyable, with the melody of the running water, the birds, bugs, and other woodland animals. It's what drew us outdoors in the first place. That escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. It was an escape for both of us to have peace of mind and clear our heads. We usually spent most of the time talking about our future and what we wanted, a wedding, what type of neighborhood we wanted to live in, the house, and all the other things that go on in the next chapter of life. We would go on about our dream scenarios, such as where we want to establish a hometown, but also somewhere to go and escape the winters, and how not having kids would hopefully free us up financially to accomplish that someday. It's hard to explain, but I felt like we had our best conversations when we were hiking. Now, as we sunk deeper into the woods, I got a weird feeling of paranoia. I felt like the peaceful sounds that surrounded us had changed somehow. The animals had a different tune or vibration, and the water that had passed up a long time ago turned into sounds that resembled whispers. And I felt like I was being followed and that someone was trying to get my attention at the same time. I quickly snapped out of it and went on with whatever conversation we were having at the time. I started getting tired and asked if we could take a break. I was surprised that I needed a break and figured that I just didn't have enough water that day, being dehydrated. After the break, I noticed a shift in Casey's mood and mannerisms. She seems way more quiet than usual and grumpy. I brushed it off and assumed that she was probably just tired as well, and I tried to continue a positive topic of conversation to cheer her up. Not long after she turned grumpy, she then turned into an outright jerk. Every comment I make is met with a rude or sarcastic comment, which at first made me think that she was kidding, but I quickly learned that she wasn't. I asked her if she wanted to turn around or take a break or just continue quietly. Anything to try and get a gauge of how I could make this situation better. But then we hit a very silent phase. She wouldn't communicate with me at all. I started trying to recall if I did or said anything that would have made her upset, but I honestly couldn't think of anything. Then as we get about as deep as we wanted to go on our hike, Casey has an absolute manic breakdown and begins screaming and crying at the same time. As I try to approach her to ask what's going on, she becomes violent, starts flailing her arms, one of which actually makes direct contact with my temple and knocks my glasses off. Now, I'm pretty much legally blind without my glasses, so needless to say that I need to quickly find them or I can't see anything. I also want to mention here that this is completely out of character for Casey. She wasn't that type of erratic person. I'm panicking on the ground trying to find my glasses like Velma while Casey is still flailing her arms and now running and screaming in the opposite direction. Thankfully, I quickly find my glasses and get up and chase after her. I catch up to her and she seems completely out of it. Her eyes don't seem glazed over, but they seem different. Like she's there, but she isn't there. I know that may sound weird, but that's the best way I can explain it. At this point, she has stopped screaming and acting violently towards me. I sat her down and made her drink some water. She still isn't talking much, but seems a little more settled down. Once I determine that she can walk, we start making our way down the trail back to the car. It seems as though the more we move and the further we get from her manic breakdown, the more back to normal she gets. She's now starting to talk to me and asks if she remembers what happened. She's telling me that she has no recollection and becomes embarrassed and apologetic for her episode. As we get about half a mile from the car, she seems completely back to normal. I'm still struggling to rationalize what happened. I have never, ever seen her act like that in the 4 years we had been together at that point, and we had been through happy times and also the most sad and stressful times of our lives. She was a big believer in the supernatural, so she was convinced that something dark had taken over her body. I didn't buy that, though. I knew that there had to be some kind of rational explanation. I did some research and found out that in those woods, there are actually some plants that can really mess you up. I'm thinking that she must have just come in contact with something, somehow, and maybe that's what caused the episode. Some of these plants can actually cause mania, fever, and even hallucinations, and it got me thinking, maybe I came into contact with them as well, and that's what made me feel anxious earlier that day. And without having an answer to that question, I've just chosen the simple solution, and that's to simply never hike there again. Has anyone else ever experienced something similar? And would you mind sharing your thoughts if you have?
The crime I committed. My buddies always ask me, "Why are you so angry all the time, Davison?" To which I gave this reply, "Why shouldn't I be? Is there something to be happy about at this place?" They usually stop after this. However, if someone decides to play detective and further asks, "Why did you end up in this place?" I'll look at them dead in the eye before simply giving them the response they want. Because I committed a crime. No one ever asks further than this, for they usually assume that I either killed someone or robbed a bank to end up at such a place. But there was one guy who asked me about the crime I committed. He was my cellmate for a brief period before he was executed for brutally murdering his neighbor's family just because he wanted to see if he could get away with it. I've also received a death sentence, so I wasn't particularly scared of him since whether he killed me or the law, it'd be the same. It wasn't like my crime was any less than his. Compared, mine was more heinous. Perhaps I was scared a bit after meeting someone as monstrous as me and wanted to intimidate him. That was why I told him what I did. I used to work at a football stadium where most of the NFL matches were held. My life wasn't going as I wanted, so I would mostly be irritated with everything. The financial struggle was one thing, but I was also having issues with my wife. She was asking for a divorce, and I was sure it was for another man, despite her insisting that she was doing this because she was tired of me. That day, as I was cleaning the stadium after a match, I heard moans coming from the bathroom area. Who could it be at this hour? I wondered as I approached the area. I planned to simply tell that the stadium was about to be closed, but before I could, a familiar figure came out of there. Where have I seen him? I couldn't remember. We locked eyes for a brief moment before a woman came out of the bathroom as well. Her face was well hidden behind the man, so I couldn't see her. The guy stared at me as if he was too trying to recognize me before they walked away. Once the two of them left, and I had returned to cleaning, I couldn't help but force my brain to try and remember who he was. As I was finishing up, I remembered. It was Mark. I had seen him multiple times whenever I would visit my wife at her workplace. Figured he must be there on a date. I didn't think much after that and continued doing my work. After work, I decided to get a drink at a bar since I didn't want to go home to argue with my wife. I'd been trying everything in my power to make her feel loved and happy, but whatever I did for her, she would only find faults in me. Got home after midnight. Juliana was asleep by then, so I decided to check on her. She had shifted into the guest bedroom about 3 months ago, and I'd never gone there since. I don't know, perhaps it was the tequila, but for some reason, that night I felt the urge to see her sleep. I carefully opened the door to her bedroom and peeked inside. She looked gorgeous as ever, sleeping in her nightwear, which had slipped a bit from the top and was revealing her seducing curves. Bewitched by her beauty, I was reaching to touch her before I knew it. However, I halted my hands as my attention was caught by the fabric peeking out of her slightly open wardrobe. For some reason, dread twisted in my gut as I felt compelled to see what it was. My heart raced as I opened the wardrobe, only for the color of my face to be drained out as my eyes landed on the plaid coat and gray heels. The scene from the stadium replayed in my mind, and I compared the physique of that woman to Juliana. The realization made the blood freeze in my veins, which soon took the form of rage as I turned to see her innocent-looking face. I knew she was cheating on me. She wanted to divorce me for that man, and here I was working to the bones to try and give her everything she wanted. I felt a weird calmness spread across my senses as I quietly got out of her room and made my way to the storeroom. After grabbing an axe, I walked back to her room. She was still sleeping soundly and looked like a beautiful siren ready to seduce her prey. However, after what I had been through with her, I couldn't just let some other guy steal her away from me. If she didn't want to be mine, that was fine, but there's no way I could let her go to someone else. I swung the axe and hit her on the neck. She opened her eyes, and with a scream, she struggled for a while before she died. It wasn't like I enjoyed it. No, my heart was breaking seizing the love of my life in that state, but I was satisfied knowing she couldn't run into another man's arms. I felt it wasn't enough. The guy was more responsible than my wife, for he was the one who seduced my innocent Juliana into betraying me. He had to pay for what he did. The next day I waited outside the office building for him, and once he was out, I stalked him to his home. As he unlocked his house, I jumped at him and grabbed his body. When he was bewildered, I pushed him inside and struck him with all my might. Fell on the ground and received the blows of my fists. He struggled as I punched him in the face recklessly. His cries of pain only made me feel better. My continuous punching made him lose consciousness. I'd already brought the axe with me, so I took it out, proceeded to cut his hands, and as I was doing that, the door swung open and the officers rushed inside, pointing guns at me while commanding me to drop the axe. Someone probably saw me and reported me to the police. It was fine, since I had finished what I went there to do.
I used to work nights at a gas station called Northstar Mart out near a place called Foster in rural Virginia. I used to drive up from Gloucester, get there at around 10 p.m., and then work all through the night until 6 a.m. when my boss, a dude named Judd, came over to relieve me. Judd lived right next door to the gas station in a big old house that he claimed that he built himself. There was no way that he built that whole thing on his own, but he was far too nice for me to call him out on it, so I just let it be. He was a great boss, too. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Not many folks can say that they had a boss who had done almost anything to keep them safe, but I can, and it makes me feel a little guilty sometimes that I don't head up there to visit him more. But I don't like driving around Foster anymore. I don't like going anywhere near the place. And by the end of this story, I think you're going to understand why. I worked at the Northstar for 9 months and 3 weeks, working anything from 2 to 5 nights a week, depending on how busy I was at school. Not a single customer in all the time I worked there ever gave me a single ounce of trouble. It was one of the best jobs I ever had in that respect. It was always a little busier on weekends, but during weeknights, I'd sometimes serve only 2 or 3 customers a night and spend the rest of my time watching movies on my iPod, back when that was like a revolutionary thing to do. Judd was really chill like that. He didn't give me a bunch of cleaning tasks, and he didn't give me any busy work at all, actually. And he only ever had one rule. If anyone ever showed up late at night, acting weird in any way, I was to call him right away. It didn't matter if the call woke him and his wife up from the sweetest dreams they'd ever had. If anyone was acting sketch, Judd wanted to know about it. I figured that was fair enough. The gas station was Judd's whole life. It was his retirement plan, so if it went up in flames, well, you see where I'm going with this. So even though it felt slightly emasculating, as in I felt like I could take care of the station myself, I agreed to give Judd a call every time there was any disturbances. When he first told me about his little golden rule, I'd be lying if I said that it didn't make me a little nervous, I guess. It suggested that there were a lot of weird people who came by the gas station at night, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. Like I said, 9 whole months and not a single instance of weird or disturbing behavior. And then one night, it happened. I was in the back office one night, splitting my attention between security monitors and a copy of The Dark Knight Rises, when I suddenly saw a lone figure approaching the gas station. We had 3 cameras, one facing the pumps, one facing the approach to the store, and a third which allowed me to watch the inside of the store from the back office. I can see the guy walking towards the store, past the pumps, and then into the view of the second camera, but then instead of walking into the store like literally everybody else, he stops dead outside the door. He's right in the view of the second camera, so I'm looking at this guy fairly close up, and he looked like a perfectly regular rural Virginian dad type. He looked like he had work boots on, some faded jeans, and a baseball cap with some kind of hunting or fishing logo on it. Literally the most unremarkable looking guy that could ever walk through our door. But his behavior most definitely got my attention. I guess it's not entirely true that nothing weird ever happened, because there was one previous occasion where I called Judd in the middle of the night. Some crazy lady was screaming like a demon out near the pumps. It was a Saturday, and had to be maybe 4 to 4:30 in the morning, but just like Judd said, I gave him a call at his house. I told him about the lady and how her screaming was freaking me out. He asked for a description, I gave him one, and then he tells me, "Oh, that's just Rhonda liquored up on payday. She'll head home once she's tired herself out." And then you know what? She did. She eventually stopped screaming and then just kind of walked off, like she was done with that night's performance. Anyway, the guy in the sporting goods cap stopped dead and just stood there in front of the camera, not moving a muscle. Not nearly as freaky as screaming like a banshee, but still weird nonetheless. I figured he was, I don't know, taking a moment to think or something. But then, as I'm watching him, his head starts slowly moving, turning his neck until he's staring into the camera lens. I know it was just an illusion, but it felt like he was staring directly at me, and that was easily one of the most unnerving sensations I've ever experienced. Once the guy's behavior reached a concerning level of weird, I grabbed the phone and called Judd. I didn't even feel emasculated doing it either. Whatever that guy's problem was, it wasn't meth. It was something way scarier than that. Judd picked up the phone, then once again he asked me to describe the person acting weird. I started describing the guy, and then the next thing, Judd slams the phone down. I look back at the screen and the guy's disappeared from view, but he's not in the store either, so I'm thinking, where the hell's he gone? But at the same time, I'm also thinking, why did Judd just slam that phone down on me? He told me to call him if something weird started to happen, and the first time he sounded sleepy but pretty calm, so I was wondering what was so different about that time, when I suddenly see him on the monitors. Judd was running towards the gas station in nothing but his boxer shorts and a wife beater, and he was carrying a shotgun in his hands. He burst into the store and asked me where he is. Then when I say the guy just disappeared, and that I think he just walked off, Judd runs past me into the office to check the monitors. I'm freaking out too, because what the hell is he carrying that shotgun for? But no matter how many times I asked him what's going on, he kept silencing me and telling me that I needed to concentrate as he ran back to the security footage to get a look at the guy's face. I watched him, rewinding the footage until he finally found what he was looking for, and when he did, I watched Judd turn completely pale. Whoever it was, Judd was terrified of him. So terrified that he felt the need to come running over with a shotgun to protect me, and then that scared the hell out of me too. Judd sent me home that night after calling the cops, and the next day, he called to say that he'd understand if I didn't want to come back to work. I asked just one time if he could tell me who the man was, and Judd paused and then repeated the part about understanding if I didn't want to come back. I thanked him for the job, wished him luck, and then just hung up. Like I said earlier, I still feel guilty about not going up to see him more. He was a great guy and a great boss, but without knowing who that guy was, without knowing why Judd was so scared of him, I couldn't put myself in the position of working for him anymore. I didn't want to die for some stupid gas station job, no matter how cool my boss was. And if there was a guy out there who scared the hell out of one of the toughest sons of bitches I'd ever known, then what chance in hell did I have? I was driving my truck back home from my girlfriend's apartment. There was a pretty big storm going on that night, but I figured since I only lived 10 minutes away, I'd be fine. I would have stayed at her place, but I had to work early the next day, and all my work clothes were at my place. It was dark and the power had gone out. Driving in complete darkness with only your headlights to light your way isn't the most comfortable feeling. The rain was pounding down on my windshield so hard, my wipers couldn't even go fast enough for me to be able to see in front of me. It was like driving blind, but I'd lived in that town my whole life, so I knew where to go. It was like muscle memory on where to turn and how long to drive down a street. I turned onto the road that my house was on, and almost immediately I could tell something wasn't right. It was like my truck was almost floating. I felt wetness at my feet, and the lights began to flicker inside the truck. There was water seeping in. In my headlights, I could see the water getting higher and higher outside my truck. The water came in faster and the truck was sinking into it. The current was taking my truck further in and there was nothing I could do. I took off my seatbelt and tried opening the door on the side and it wouldn't budge. The water was at my knees now and I took deep breaths. My dad always told me not to panic in a scary situation because panicking won't save your life. I had a waterproof flashlight in my glove box and I took that out. I turned it on and looked around for anything I could break the window with. The car had shut off completely by then and the power windows were not an option. I just cleaned the truck out the day before and unfortunately that meant taking out all my tools so I could organize my box. I only had my sweater, the small flashlight, and a pocket knife at my disposal. I called 911 and was greeted by a recorded message telling me every dispatcher was currently handling a call and they'd get to me as soon as possible. And that's when I started to panic. I needed help and it seemed like I wasn't going to get any. The water was now at my belly button when I decided to squat on my seat and try to keep my head above the water as long as possible. The water seemed to be coming in mostly from the driver's side door, so I grabbed my sweater and tried to plug the leak. But it didn't work. But I was desperate and willing to try anything. I was on hold for 7 minutes before I finally got an answer. I told them what was going on, and they were very matter-of-fact when telling me that I wasn't the only person in that type of flooding situation, and that it would be at least 30 minutes before they could get help to me. I kept telling him that I felt like I didn't have 30 minutes, but he told me there was nothing else he could do. I asked if he'd stay on the phone with me, but he said because of the demand for emergency services during the storm, they needed as many dispatchers as they could get, and if the situation got worse, I could call back again. I hung up with the dispatcher, and already knew that that wouldn't be an option. If the situation did get worse, I wouldn't have 7 minutes to wait on and hold to tell someone about it. I'd be dead. The water kept rising and my heartbeat quickened. I was scared and confused why I wasn't getting any help and my mom and dad both weren't answering their phones. I opened the voice recorder app and started recording my goodbyes to my family. I wasn't sure if they'd get them, but it was better than nothing and somehow easing my nerves. It was like I was talking to them without literally talking to them. But something about it was kind of therapeutic in the moment. Only 10 minutes after I hung up with 911, the water had begun to reach my chest. I was certain that I was going to die when only 1 foot of the car had space for air. I started praying to God to please not let me die, but if I did, to let me go to heaven. I hadn't been very religious in my adult life until that exact moment, but I guess that's how it goes usually. You realize your true belief in God when you really need him. But anyways, another 5 minutes went by and it was at my neck. I had my cheek pressed against the roof and I couldn't help but cry. I was beginning to lose hope. No one was coming for me. I was only able to breathe through my nose when I heard the sound of an engine nearby. I didn't think that they'd even notice my truck, so I started screaming and flashing my light to get their attention. And I felt this sense of relief when I heard this boat pull up next to my truck. I shone my flashlight and saw someone jump into the water next to my driver's side window. He had this window breaker with him and it shattered on the first try. He reached in the truck, grabbed onto my shirt. I took a deep breath as he pulled me out of the truck through the window. They got me on board the boat and I began just thanking them profusely for saving my life as I took deep breaths of the air I thought only minutes before I was about to run out of. They wrapped an emergency blanket around me, and we were off. We helped a few more people out of the cars before reaching an area where police and firemen were waiting. I was taken to a hospital, but I didn't have anything medically wrong with me, thank God. Thankfully, no one did die during that storm, although I know that I came very close to being the one fatality. I felt so failed by my city's emergency services, and I found out that night that the people that saved me weren't even officers. They were just good Samaritans that heard people were in trouble and knew that they had to help. For months after the incident, I had nightmares about drowning. Even now, I get scared to drive during a storm or even go out on a boat. Deep water terrifies me. I've gone to therapy a few times, but it never seemed to help, so I just stopped. I just hope there's a day, hopefully soon, where I can fully move on from what happened and not let it haunt me like it does right now. I'm glad I survived, and I'm glad the people in my community stepped up when law enforcement wouldn't. I should have never been left there to die, and that's exactly what they ended up doing. I only hope no one else gets stuck in the same position, and if they do, I hope someone gets to them in time and that their life is spared like mine was that night.
When I was a teenager, like around 13 or 14, one of my mates from school lived in a kind of countryside area. It's hard to describe. We lived in the suburbs, but his area was a little further out and less suburban looking at the time. This was 25 years ago. I have no idea what it looks like now, by the way. I went to his place to stay from time to time because there was always adventures to be had around his place. One day, he mentions that there are caves near his house, old mine shafts to be more precise. They were in a kind of national park. I was super interested to go check them out with him, so we planned to go the following weekend. And I'd stay over the night before, and we'd set out early the next morning. The weekend came around and we set out around 8 a.m. We went to the supermarket on the way to stock up on drinks and snacks and made our way to the caves. The national park was huge and beautiful. It was a great morning for a hike too. Not too hot and not too cold, with a nice blue-skied sunny day. We came to our first cave in the first 20 minutes of hiking. We grabbed our torches, or flashlights, and went in. It was only short, ending in a small chamber. At the far end of the chamber was a sturdy, locked cage-type gate. My friend told me that some were locked off due to the very real chance of cave-ins or flooding. Since it wasn't too long and it wasn't too dark, with a small amount of sunlight coming in from the entryway, we took a break and ate some snacks. It was good being out and about. I was never a fan of early mornings, but this was an exception. We resumed our trip after that short break and came across several more similar caves. There were a few longer ones with evidence of people using them for underage drinking, candles and beer cans, coupled with shitty teenage graffiti. But these were an exception and not too bad. For the most part, people seemed to respect the caves to an extent and cleaned up after themselves. After about an hour and a half, we came across one that was a bit different from the others. It was a longer one, but evidence of people using it for anything was minimal. I was too embarrassed to say so at the time, but I got a really weird feeling when we entered it. It was weird because we had been in so many, and I felt nothing. But this one just made me feel uneasy. I looked at my mate, and he seemed fine, so I didn't say anything, not wanting to appear soft. When we got to the end where the metal gate was, we found that it was unlocked and open. In fact, when we got closer, the wind seemed to blow it open slightly, although I didn't feel any wind. I got a chill up my spine, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was like it was inviting us in. Without hesitating, my mate was like, "What do you think we'll find?" My friend whispered to me. "Dunno," I managed to mumble out. Unease was really starting to hit me now, to the point that I was beginning to feel nauseous. And then, it got worse. I felt wind start to blow around my ankles. At first I paid it no mind, but then I thought, where is this sudden wind coming from? The temperature seemed to get colder at each step too. Then I felt the wind brush past my shoulder and face. My heart was beating so hard that I imagined it was echoing in the tunnel. Then I started hearing whispering all around me. It was faint and hard to work out the words. I stopped dead in my tracks and listened. When I stopped, it too seemed to stop. And then the most bone-chilling sound I'd ever heard could be heard in the distance in front of us. Low at first, but definitely loud in no time. It was the bellowing scream of a man. One at first, but then I could make out multiple voices. I felt hands start to grab at me, and I could take it no more. I took off in a sprint back towards the exit. I could only half see the way because the hand that I was holding my flashlight with was pumping up and down as it does when you sprint. I scraped my arms, legs, and shoulders against the rough rock walls several times, but I didn't care. It felt like I was running endlessly, but eventually I reached the gate, which I collided into. I thought it would be open still, but for some reason, it was shut. In my panic, I couldn't seem to work out how to open it. Eventually I managed, and it swung towards me, and I left, my mate not far behind me. We finally got out and just kept running, until we finally realized that we were out of that tunnel. Upon realizing this, we collapsed in an exhausted heap, struggling to regain our breath. I'm not proud of this, but I also vomited on myself, due to the overexertion. It was my only shirt for that weekend too, and I had to borrow one of my mates, while we cleaned mine up in secret, because for some reason we thought we'd be in trouble. Just before we got up and left the area where we collapsed, I took one look back at the cave. It was kinda involuntary. I wasn't even thinking. When my eyes landed on that cave entrance, I swear I could see a shadowy figure standing in the darkness, staring at us. I shot a look at my friend and he saw it too. I was this close to puking again, but I held it down. We got up and hurriedly left the area. That was enough adventure for one day. We went back there a year or so later for nostalgia's sake. Also, we felt bigger and tougher. That particular cave was heavily locked off with no trespassing signs on it, threatening hefty fines. Probably for the best thinking back. Teenage bravado makes young boys do stupid things sometimes, and we may not have escaped so easily a second time.
Before I officially started up my business, I used to work as like a general handyman, and on a very casual basis too. I was fresh out of the county and determined to turn myself around, but I barely had 2 cents to my name, so I just started hustling with whatever I could get my hands on. And about 6 months after, I had my own van, my own tools, and I had everything except a contractor's license, but that sure as hell didn't stop me from building my business and growing my revenue. About a year later, I was basically working on retainer for a landlord who operated multiple different properties across the city. Some were in nice areas, some were in not so nice areas, and I wasn't actually on retainer. We just joked that he gave me so much work that I might as well have been. Anyway, one day he asked me if I could fit some veneers on some old cabinets, so I tell him sure, get the address of the place that he wants me to visit, then headed over the very next morning to get it done. The tenant of the apartment I was working on had been asked to vacate while the work was going on, so I was free to do my thing, which for the most part consisted of applying a super strong adhesive to the cabinets before carefully fitting the veneers. I was about halfway through the job when I heard the key turning in the lock of the apartment's door. I waited until the tenant was within earshot, then called out an apology for the smell of the glue, which by that stage was still real strong and thick in the air. A second or so later, a woman of maybe 35 to 40 appeared in the doorway, and she looked at me with these big, wild eyes before asking me, "Where is it?" I was still halfway up a ladder at the time, so I'm halfway turned around on it when I ask her back, "Where's what?" Instead of answering me, she got really angry all of a sudden, stomped her way to the center of the room and told me word for word, "Tell me, or I'll kick you off that effing ladder." I start feeling incredibly vulnerable after that, so I start climbing down real fast in the hopes that she was only bluffing, or if she does kick the ladder, then I'll have less of a fall and less chance to really hurt myself. I expected some kind of confrontation when I got to the ground, so I can feel my adrenaline start kicking in as I stepped off that bottom rung and turned to face her. But by the time I did, she was gone. Gone in the sense that she was no longer in front of me, and gone in the sense that whoever I had just been talking to was gone too. She dropped to her knees, grabbed the open tube of adhesive that I'd been using, and started to sniff up these deep huffs of the fumes into her nose. I must have asked her something like, "What the hell, lady?" and then reached down to take her by the shoulder to try to pull her away from it. But the second I touched her, she turned and there was a totally different person looking back at me. The lady that walked into her apartment had been rude and confrontational, but the lady staring back at me now looked like she could have ripped out my liver, eaten it raw, and then asked for seconds. She screamed, "Get your effing hands off of me," shoved me, then went right back to huffing the tube of industrial-strength adhesive that I had sitting at the bottom of the ladder. And I'm serious when I say it was like a transformation. Her eyes were different, still angry but full of something else too. She was like a mountain lion if a person got too close to her cubs, completely rabid, and even though she was small enough for me to toss, I got to admit that in that moment, I was goddamn terrified. She kept on huffing and puffing on that tube of glue until all that rage just seemed to wash away from her. Then once she was done, and with the tube of glue still in her hand, she got up, walked over to her couch, and just plopped herself down and lay there looking all blissed out like she didn't even know where she was. I remember telling her that I was going to get my stuff and put it in the van and get the hell out of there, and that she'd have to deal with her landlord if she wanted the rest of the cabinet veneers fitted. She just groaned at me and waved her arm as if to say, "Just go away already." And so I did. With her lying there like a zombie, I packed up my stuff and got the hell out of there before she decided that she wanted to help herself to the rest of my gear. I left her with that tube of adhesive too. That stuff can be expensive, but there was no way that I was about to risk getting my face ripped off by trying to pull it out of her hand. So I pack up my gear, trying to carry as much as possible out to the van just in case the glue-sniffing tenant decided to steal something. I managed to get everything except my ladder under my arms, then on the way out, I started hearing this kid crying. There's no telling how long they'd been wailing, but I guess I just filtered it out into background noise while I was trying to keep from getting shredded by that crazy glue sniffer lady. But then when I step outside, I see where the crying was coming from. There was a car, right there on the curb with both the driver's side and rear passenger door open. In the back, there was a kid still strapped into the car seat, and it was screaming out, "Mommy, Mommy," over and over again. There were grocery bags sat in the pathway to the apartment too, like the woman had gotten home, saw the van and rushed inside after abandoning both her grocery bags and her kid. Maybe she just forgot that I was stopping by that day and rushed inside to check it out before bringing her kid and groceries inside. I'm not sure. But either way, she walked in, the smell of the adhesives hit her, and then that's all that she had in her mind. And that was the scariest thing of all. Way scarier than the prospect of getting my face chewed off by this crazy lady. This woman was such a degenerate drug addict that one little whiff of industrial strength adhesive and she was gone. Hell, she might have been Mother of the Year before she walked into that room, and then just boom, she was just right back to the bottom of the barrel, getting high all over again. I don't honestly know what her situation was, and I shouldn't speculate. I just hope her kid ended up okay, because with a mother like that, life sure is gonna be an uphill struggle. My girlfriend has a story from back when she was in her 20s, but since she's not a listener and doesn't want to write it up, I have actually asked permission from her to tell it. She grew up in Buffalo, New York, and she went to college at NYU, so after discovering that she had a few free days in October, she drove back to Buffalo to go glamping with some friends. She and 4 of her friends, who were all either 19 or 20, drove out to a campsite complete with cabins, campfire rings, and picnic tables. Then as they were unpacking their stuff, my girl and her friends saw that they had some neighbors who just so happened to be 4 guys of similar ages. They got talking, then one of the guys asked if they wanted to share a few beers come sundown once both groups had lined their stomachs. My girl and her friends said sure. Then when the time came, they met up around the girls' picnic table to get the party started. As the night progressed, things got wilder and wilder, but everyone was still having fun and getting to know each other. Then at one point, one of the guys goes into their cabin and walks back out with a gun that he claims was his dad's. He's waving it around like some jerk-off, and everyone is telling him to go put it away because there's literally no worse idea than messing around with a gun when you're drunk. The guy with the gun starts telling them to chill, how the gun isn't even loaded, and to prove it, he points into the air and pulls the trigger 2 or 3 times. No shots were fired, but the group still aren't happy about the fact that he's waving a gun around and being a general douche about bringing it with him. They're telling him to go back into the cabin and put the gun away, and that he should probably try to get some sleep too because he was way too drunk, exhausted from the day's events and acting way out of the ordinary. The guy with the gun takes major offense to this, I guess, and after proving the first 2 chambers of his gun were empty, he puts it to his head and pulls the trigger. Now, this next part of the story is where almost everyone guesses what happened next. And 99.99% of the time, they're dead on the money. That 3rd chamber of the revolver, the one he pulled the trigger on after putting it to his head, had a bullet in it. Hell knows how it got there, if he loaded it and forgot, if someone else did, or he didn't properly check before he threw it into his bag or whatever, but regardless of what happened, the guy blew his brains out right there in front of everyone. As you can imagine, the scene descended into chaos, but my girlfriend said the things she remembers more than anything were the screams and the crying. She and another girl focused on giving the guy medical attention and directing 911 to the cabins, but my girl said the first aid the other girl performed was just that, performative. She knew the guy was dead, or rather he wouldn't survive the night, but she had to do something to try and calm everyone down before the situation got even worse somehow. She said it took like 30 minutes to get the cops and EMS out there, and by that time, the mood was completely desolate. She said one guy was almost catatonic, like he was so freaked out at losing a friend like that he completely shut down and stopped talking completely. Another person, one of her friends, wouldn't stop crying. But she wasn't just crying. She was bawling her eyes out non-stop, as if every time she calmed down a little, she saw the whole thing in her head again, and the cycle started all over. For quite some time afterwards, my girl and all her friends displayed symptoms of what the doctors called acute stress disorder, which from what I could gather is kind of like a precursor to PTSD. It's a lot of the same symptoms, but if they persist for more than a few months, then you officially have PTSD. Thank God 3 out of 4 girls, my girlfriend included, got better after a few days and a few weeks. But the girl who couldn't stop crying, she was on medication for PTSD for literally years afterwards, and even today she says that night ruined her entire life. The whole thing had made her very anti-gun, and it's definitely flavored my own opinions on all of that kind of stuff. I'm still a believer in the Second Amendment, and I'm a gun owner myself, but I feel like there's a real gray area on the rules surrounding firearm ownership. Having guns in the hands of a good, sensible person is a good thing, and it always has been, and it's never been the problem. It's just when those guns get into the hands of young, intoxicated idiots, that's when something that makes me feel safe turns into something that scares the ever-living crap out of me. I am curious to see what people think about this story. I ended up getting into a lot of legal trouble for something I didn't even do. At that point in my life, I chalked it up to life isn't fair sometimes. But now that I'm over a decade removed from the situation, I'm a little shocked at how everything played out. I was 19 during the altercation of this story, and I was young and stupid. I moved out right away and rented this nasty little place with my girlfriend. I used the word place loosely. This was little more than a shack. We'd only been dating for a few months, and we were not good together. We fought constantly, and like I said, I was young, and I thought that I knew what I was doing. Moving in with her was my rebellion against my parents, who did not like this young woman. As soon as we moved in together, we started to fight right away, though. I would wake up in the middle of the night, and she would just be staring at me. And if anybody had ever seen the movie Paranormal Activity, when the main character just stands there and stares at her significant other for hours, that is exactly what my ex-girlfriend was doing. It was really creepy. I woke up 2 nights in a row to her standing there. Now, when I called her out on it, she just responded, "Relax, I'm just watching you." What does that even mean? I tried not to let it bother me, and I also tried not to tell my parents that they were right. I made minimum wage, she didn't work, and I couldn't pay my bills, eat, and support her. It just wasn't plausible. And this, of course, led to fights. I finally hit my breaking point after a month, and I told her that I was moving out as soon as the month was officially over. She lost it on me when I told her that. She started to punch me in the face like I was an actual punching bag, and I held my hands up and just screamed for her to stop. I'm sure neighbors heard, but in the area I lived, nobody got involved with anybody else's business. When she finally calmed down, we tried to have a conversation. I was so surprised at how well the conversation went, considering our track record of past conversations. We agreed to move back to our parents' houses and just take things one day at a time. It was a mature conversation, and I started to feel good about it. I made my arrangements and told her that I would be moving home tomorrow morning. I could tell that she was upset, but just nodded and said okay. That night, I woke up to her screaming, like the type of screaming that you would hear if someone was getting murdered. It was my girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, or whatever she was at the time. She wasn't in the room, so I ran into the living room, and she was standing next to the front door. I grabbed her shoulder and asked if she was okay. She was sobbing uncontrollably. I held her and tried to tell her everything was okay. While I was hugging her, she had her keys in her hand and smacked me in the back of the head with her keys. I started to yell in pain and frustration, asking what that was all about, and she just kept saying that she knew. I still have no idea what she knew to this day, but repeatedly, she just kept saying that she knew. I kept stupidly trying to plead with her to relax when I should have just got into my car and drove away at that moment. What I didn't realize was prior to her screaming, she had called the police. When I held my hand out to try and console her, she threw herself at me. I was basically holding her in my arms. The cops knocked on the door and opened it. They saw her sobbing and immediately handcuffed me. Didn't even ask any questions or anything, just told me to step away, put my hands up, and they cuffed me. I didn't know what to do or what to say, and I have never been in legal trouble before. She just kept yelling at me, "Serves you right, dirtbag." I tried pleading with the cops that I have no idea what's going on, and they were being kind of rude and ignoring me and giving me very little acknowledgement. They put me in the back of the car and told me that they were taking me to the holding center until they could get this sorted out. I called my parents, who were down there in minutes, fighting for me. I guess she called the police and told them that I had been beating her for weeks. Let me just see. There are monsters out there that do this, and everything that happens to those people, they deserve it. But I truly never laid a finger on her. She also told the cops that she was the one who wanted to move out, and when she told me is when I lost my temper. Thankfully, I had all the text conversations with my parents about moving home, and that helped me a lot. I don't know how it's possible, and when I tell people this story, they don't understand how it's possible either, but I was held at this holding center for over a week. They wouldn't let me out, and with no evidence or proof, they just held me there. Some people have told me it could be because of the county that I was in, but either way, it was just still incredibly messed up. I finally got out, and within a days I got a text from her asking when I was moving back home, meaning our shack that we lived in. I didn't respond, and I just blocked her number. I ended up winning a suit against them actually and had my record cleaned up, but it took a long time to happen. I had this stain on my name for years. And one last detail about this horrible story. About 4 or 5 years ago, I found out that she was actually diagnosed with schizophrenia. Apparently, it runs in her family as she has 2 cousins that also have it. And the last that I knew, she was in some institution for trying to stab her boyfriend at the time. She claimed he was working with the CIA to assassinate world leaders. And when I found that out, I legitimately got shivers. I thought of all the times she just watched me sleep, and about the night that she had me arrested when she kept saying that she knew. I'm so happy I got out when I did, even if it did cost me months of hell. Thankfully, she was never able to actually physically harm anyone, at least that I know of anyway. I truly hope she gets the help she needs and that one day she can live a happy and healthy life. When I was 10, my life changed in ways I could never have imagined. My father inherited an old house in remote New South Wales from a distant relative we barely knew. He thought it would be an idyllic place to raise a family, away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Little did he know what awaited us. The house was nestled in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense bushland. It was the perfect picture of tranquility, at least during the day. The house itself had an eerie, antiquated charm, with creaking floorboards and dimly lit hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. My family consisted of my father, my mother, my older sister Lucy, and me. We moved in with excitement and a sense of adventure, unaware of the horrors that would soon unfold. The first few nights were pretty uneventful. My father busied himself with repairs, my mother unpacked, and Lucy and I explored the property. On the 4th night, I had my first encounter. I was in my room, reading a book, when I felt a sudden chill. The room seemed darker than usual, and I had the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I looked up, and there, peering around the corner of the door frame, was a figure. It was barely visible, like a shadow, but I could make out the shape of a head and shoulders. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, and the figure remained there for a few agonizing moments before disappearing. I convinced myself that it was just my imagination, despite the creeping fear that settled in my bones. Weeks passed and odd things continued to happen, mostly to me. My toys would be moved around and my bed would occasionally shake in the middle of the night. I told my parents, but they dismissed it as nightmares or childish imagination. One night I woke up to a whispering voice hissing my name. I sat up, drenched in sweat, and saw the same figure from before, now at the foot of my bed. It was closer and clearer. It had no features, just an inky blackness. I screamed and my mother rushed in, and the figure vanished the moment she opened the door, leaving her to comfort me and dismiss it as a bad dream. It wasn't until Lucy had her own experience that my parents began to take things seriously. She came to me one morning, pale and shaken, saying that she'd seen a woman in old-fashioned clothes standing at the foot of her bed, staring at her with hollow eyes. My parents started to believe something was off, but didn't want to admit that something supernatural might be happening. Our situation escalated over the 5 years that we lived there. It started out small, lights flickering, strange noises, and cold drafts, but grew increasingly malicious. 2 experiences stand out vividly in my memory from what I recall. The first happened during our 2nd year. My father had gone into town, leaving the rest of us alone, and it was a stormy night and the house seemed alive with almost its own energy. Lucy and I were in the living room trying to watch TV despite the frequent power flickers, and suddenly, the room went ice cold and the TV turned off entirely. In the next moment, the corner of the room darkened and we both saw it. An unmistakable figure peering out from the shadows, its eyes reflecting the dim light. It slowly moved closer and we could make out the shape of its mouth, twisted into a very cruel smile. Lucy grabbed my hand and we bolted upstairs to my parents' room, locking the door behind us. My mother tried to calm us down, but she too felt the coldness and unease that permeated the house. Another terrifying event occurred in our 4th year. My father had become more open to the idea that something was clearly wrong. He brought in a local priest to bless the house after numerous pleas from my mother, and that night, after the blessing, I was in the kitchen getting a drink of water when I felt a presence behind me. I turned and saw the same figure that had haunted me for years, now clearer than ever. It was a man, gaunt and hollow-eyed, with one side of his face hideously scarred. He stood at the entrance of the kitchen, blocking my exit, and I was paralyzed with fear. He began to move towards me, slowly, deliberately, and every step he took seemed to drain the warmth from the room. I fell to the floor, unable to move, only managing to scream when he was inches away. My father burst in and the figure vanished, leaving the air thick with dread. The priest's blessing had stirred whatever malevolence resided there. In our final year, things became unbearable. The entire family started hearing voices, footsteps, and seeing the figure, now bolder and more frequent in its appearances. It seemed to thrive on our fear, growing stronger and more aggressive. Doors would slam, objects would fly across the room, and we all felt watched all the time, and we decided enough was enough. One evening, as we packed our things to leave, the activity reached a fever pitch. The house shook, the temperature dropped to freezing, and all of us saw shadows darting around. It seemed the entity didn't want us to go, but we were very resolute in our decision. We moved out the next day, leaving behind that cursed house and never looking back. Later on, we learned that the house had a very dark history. The man who built it in the 1800s was rumored to have gone mad and taken the lives of his family. His spirit, along with others, was said to haunt the property, reliving their final moments in a twisted loop of torment. Living in that house changed us all. We never spoke of it much after we left, but the memories lingered. And even now, years later, sometimes I wake up in the dead of night, half expecting to see a face peering around the corner, watching and waiting.
Today is my best friend's funeral. I loved the guy, and I had always thought of him more like a brother than a friend. But I haven't prepared a eulogy, nor do I know if I'll be able to say anything since my mind is a mess right now. When I first heard his wife Veronica crying over the phone call while saying that Julius was burned to death, I couldn't believe my ears. Police had found his car 24 hours after his death, but I was unable to ask for further details as I was the first suspect with a motive to murder. As the investigation started, his body was sent to forensics for autopsy and other legal stuff. But as a week passed by and they still did not hand over the corpse to the family, Julius's wife started to insist that she wanted his body back to hold her husband's funeral. The way she saw it was that her beloved's corpse was being disrespected even after his death, and she couldn't withstand watching the body lying in the morgue's freezer when it should be resting in his grave. She worked hard to get the approval of her requests and pleaded more than you can imagine. Finally, after a lot of supplication, she was allowed to take the body with her as they had already taken the samples needed for forensic investigation. For some reason, this little stunt of Veronica made her the focus of the law's eyes, and she became the prime suspect in the crime as they thought she was trying to hide something by this. However, she did not pay much attention to that and asked me to come to his funeral and pay my respects, not just as his friend, but as Julius's business partner as well. I had already decided that whatever assets he owned in our failed business would be given to Veronica as she was his life partner. And, since it was impossible for me to turn her down, I accepted her invitation and helped her arrange the funeral for my best friend. Now that I'm reminded of our memories together, it doesn't seem like much time had passed since the two of us were studying business majors together in college. It was during the third year when he fell for Veronica. He had a gifted mind for business, and if given the chance, he could surpass anyone, while I was more of a hard-working individual. There were frequent times when the two of us would just come up with ideas together and discuss business. And then finally the day arrived when we pursued at least one of them. Since we did not have much funding, we were only able to start up a small business, but we had faith in ourselves that we would be able to make it big. Julius was innovative. He found out about the Shark Tank and started to insist that we go on their show and showcase our business idea. I never really believed in that television stuff as I knew most of what they show is scripted, and even if it was real, there was no way anyone was fool enough to invest in us as our business was about eco-friendly car batteries based on solar energy and gas. It was hard enough as it was, as we were giving it our all to try and make it a success, but it was not easy to combine technology and nature, although all the technology already exists has similar factors. Still, I was not confident in our little business plan, but Veronica persuaded me with such a heartfelt speech that I had no other choice but to go. She was an ambitious girl from the beginning, and I had always respected her for that. My friend added an upgrade to our business idea, and we went to the Shark Tank with that. I couldn't believe it when they showed interest in investing in us. It was a nice feeling I got when they liked our idea, saying it was pretty unique, and they would like to take a risk with us. With the help of their investment, we became some big shots all of a sudden as our business started to skyrocket. I was content with this success, but Julius was still not satisfied with it, and he wanted to add more upgrades so the business could grow more. He shared his well-thought plan with me, and if it was to be put in motion, the company was going to take a downfall at the first step. But with the second step, it would become even more successful than it already was. He asked me to keep it a secret from his girlfriend since he was about to propose to her, but he was scared if she were to find out about this, she might reject him. I did as he wanted me to and kept my mouth sealed. The two of them ended up getting married within 3 months, and as he was enjoying his newly married life, I was only focused on saving our company and was working harder than anyone. He slowed down after marriage as if he was not even interested in work anymore, and as a result, a lot of burdens and responsibilities fell onto my shoulders. One day as I was smoking outside the company's gate while sitting on a bench, he approached me, asked for a smoke, and sat next to me. It was a bit shocking since I'd never seen him smoke before, and was surprised thinking how and when he started doing something he used to hate. But watching him smoke consecutively, it seemed as if he was turning into a heavy smoker. I guess something might have bothering him. I wanted to ask what was going on in his life, but I couldn't bring myself to open my mouth. Still, I was worried about my brother. A week went by, and one day his wife came crying to my office and told me that Julius was not in his right mind. At first, I couldn't understand what to think of that sentence, but as she told me about the frequent fights that had been going on due to her recent pregnancy, I understood what might have happened. Even before his marriage, he had shared his thoughts about how he wanted to wait before starting a family. Veronica told me that she was 1 month pregnant, but when Julius found out, he showed his displeasure while saying he wanted to wait at least 2 years for a child. As she did not want to abort her unborn child and wanted to keep it, the two of them started to fight. She wanted me to talk to him and see if I would be able to change his mind about the matter. Even though it was not my place to meddle in their personal life, I still mustered up the courage and talked to him. Finally, after a long talk, I was able to convince him to keep the child and told him if he was worried about finances, we had enough savings to go through the laws. He went home after that, and by the looks of it, he seemed somewhat relieved. After reaching home, the first thing he did was apologize to his wife for his past behaviors and give her a long, passionate kiss. He arranged a romantic late-night dinner for her, and since she was having a pregnancy craving for ice cream, she asked him to go and get some for her, to which he agreed. He took the car keys and headed out, and he might have reached half a mile when he noticed something was wrong with his car as the brakes were not working, even though he tried to slow it down, but for some reason he couldn't, and the only option that was left for him now was to jump off classic right. That was why I was so confused when I heard the news of his death, and I couldn't understand why he did not jump off. How in the world did he got burned if his car crashed into a tree? He probably would have survived if he had jumped before the impact. A man of his caliber died in an accident for some reason. It seemed as if it was a planned murder, and it was a shocker for everyone who heard of this. Veronica was arrested after his funeral, as it was proved in forensic reports that the wine he drank before driving was spiked, and the drug mixed in it made him lose his senses. So when he got in the car, he couldn't step on the brakes, while mistaking that it was not working. He probably rammed his car into a tree thinking it would stop, but before he could step out of the car, it blew up, causing him to burn to death. Investigators came to my house several times for statements and questioning, and I told them everything I knew. I also added that Veronica asked me to give half of the company assets to her and showed them the papers that I had ready for the transfer. They were able to put all the puzzle pieces together, and finally, she was arrested for her husband's alleged murder. Well, to be honest, I told them everything while excluding a few minor details, such as how I was the one who planted the dinner idea into his mind. And it was also me who handed him that wine to try and show effort to Veronica to make it up to her. There's more. I was the only one who knew of his plan to make the company a success within 2 years. But when he said he was going to sell his shares to secure that baby's future, I lost my mind. There was no way the plan would have worked with half the company assets gone. So I came up with a plan. Everything went perfectly, and just as I had thought, Veronica became the suspect. And as I prepared to transfer Julius's share to her name, it became the final piece of the puzzle put together to deflect the suspicion from me to Veronica. Now, I have successfully committed a perfect crime where someone else is paying for it while I got the company, and its success all for myself. Working as a criminal defense attorney has always been one tough job, since your conscience is getting tested again and again, and you have to stay rational all the time since everyone is innocent until proven guilty. When I was studying law, I had an idea what I was getting myself into, but only when I started practicing after clearing my bar, I got to know what it was. The first case I got was about a man who got into an accident and the other driver ended up dying. And the man who died was clearly at fault since he was driving under the influence after partying with his friends. So I was about to win the case. Even though I did feel bad about the man who had lost his life, I felt proud about winning my first case. The cases I received after that was perplexing and made me realize the first one was a walk in the park in comparison to all the others, since in my case, there were much evidence and witness against the clients, making it seem like they were guilty of doing the crime. But since my duty as an attorney is to vigorously represent my clients, it was my ethical obligation to defend them. There had been times when I defended those who were wrongfully accused of murder and such, but sometimes the evidence against them was so strong that I lost the case. There's always a 50-50% chance of the client committing the crime or being innocent when an attorney fights for them. And there was often a person who had done a heinous crime and still get away with it due to lack of evidence. So the chances of winning the case are also 50-50, since it all depends on evidence, witnesses, and resources to prove your claim. As a criminal defense attorney, to represent my clients before the court to the utmost best of my ability is my sworn duty. And over time, I defended many, from low-life drug dealers to rapists, murderers, etc., who were later found guilty of the crime they were facing trial for. I lost most of the cases, but there had never been a case that left me perplexed, except one. That day I had just returned from a trial that I lost, and I wasn't feeling bad about it one bit, because the person I was defending was proven to kill and mutilate the body of a 3-year-old. The girl was the daughter of her ex-wife, who was conceived after she remarried to a better man, but he was holding a grudge against the woman for divorcing him. So he kidnapped the child and later killed him brutally. When I took the case, I wasn't sure if he was guilty or just wrongfully being accused. But as we proceeded with the case, and as he continued to lie to me time and time again, I figured something was wrong. He also confessed at the end of the trial that he did it because he wanted to get back at his ex-wife for leaving him, and he was given a life sentence. As I rest my body on the couch in the office, hoping to get a little peace, my assistant informed me that a client was visiting the office and wanted to give me her case, so I asked him to send her in and went to sit at the chair behind my desk. A woman with a gaunt face entered the door. It almost seemed as if she was suffering from anorexia or hadn't eaten for days. The dark circles around her eyes were so huge that I could even tell from a distance that she must not be getting her sleep properly. Well, I wasn't one to judge a person's health, since that was not where my area of expertise lies, so I asked her to take a seat and tell me what her case was. She introduced herself as Charlotte Kinney, and the case was about her husband, who was stabbed to death at home after she found out about his affair with the assistant of her therapist. She didn't deny murdering him. Instead, all she said was, "Help me reduce the sentence as much as possible." The way she said it felt as if she was acknowledging the crime, but she didn't think murdering her husband was worth the time she was to receive. Well, this wasn't the first time I had seen a person having such a mindset that their crime didn't deserve the punishment, so I wasn't shocked to hear that. But there was this look in her eye that I just couldn't shake off. It was of someone who was convinced that she would get away. Well, it was just my presumption, and I knew why she was thinking that, but either way, she was going to get at least the minimum of 20 to 40 years in prison, because where she did have disruptive behavior disorder, she was never mentally unstable or weak. Her therapist stated that she was as rational as a normal human, and her condition had improved almost to the point where she didn't need the therapy. The trial began, and it was not going in our favor, since most of the evidence was against her, including the murder weapon that contained her fingerprints. I tried to find all the loopholes I could around this case, but getting her sentence reduced was not an easy task. When the persecutor offered the plea negotiation, I felt in my gut that the evidence they have found must be something that could prove that my client was innocent, and if she was found not guilty, then there won't be a sentence to be reduced. There was only a 1% chance this could succeed, so it was a bad idea. But I had to discuss this with my client in case she was wrongfully accused, which was not likely the case. Still, you never know. When I mentioned this to her, she agreed to the prosecutor's offer, saying she did not kill her husband, so taking into account the condition of our case and the evidence against her, it was a wise choice. And since the evidence was so strong, the only thing that could prove success was starting negotiating a plea bargain. She was presented at the court and pleaded guilty to the crimes, and admitted doing so before the judge, and after much effort, her sentence was finally reduced by 2/3, and now all she needed was to serve 20 years in prison. There was another possible case coming up against her. If her therapist's assistant was found, or if her body got discovered, since there was a huge possibility that she murdered her as well for having an affair with her husband. but since there was no evidence against her regarding the assistant's disappearance, she would probably be found not guilty, even if the trial was to be held. There was this look on her face, as if she was taken away to prison, that I couldn't quite understand. And when I met her for the last time right after her sentence was reduced and to part ways with her, she said in a low voice that only I can hear, "Don't you want to know why I agreed to this plea negotiation? Or why there were 2 knives used for those 18 stab marks when I could have just used 1? It was the first time I saw her smiling since I took her case." "Why?" I muttered, completely confused. And now that she had mentioned it, my mind started to replay the case in the parts where I was puzzled. For example, in the stabbing wounds, the man was stabbed at the front and back on both sides within a lesser time frame than it would take, and for both sides, a different knife was used, which was weird. I kept thinking she must be some sort of psychopath who liked using 2 weapons, but now that I'm thinking about it, it might not be the case. Upon noticing her dismay, her smile grew bigger, and she walked closer to me, leaning to a few inches distance from my ears and whispering something that left me perplexed. Her words continued to linger in my ears as I watched her leave. Let's just say, my husband Kenny wasn't the one whom Hannah had an affair with. The client I was treating had symptoms of DBD, disruptive behavior disorder, and time again she mentioned her sudden outbursts in a typical situation. She was seeking my help to keep her marriage life normal since she loved her husband dearly and was ready to get psychosocial treatment. But when my best friend Hannah told me today could end up ruining my reputation as a therapist, who was also working as my assistant, she invited me to a bar that evening, and even though I don't drink much, taking a few shots could never hurt, so I agreed to meet after getting off work. The bar she asked me to meet was always filled with old drunken weirdos, but it wasn't like they were trying to make a pass on me, and if she didn't mind it, who was I to care? I walked to the counter where she was already indulging in drinking and took a seat beside her. Since I couldn't handle my drinks very well, I ordered a low-booze beer and started taking small sips. "So, what was it that you wanted to talk about?" I asked while maintaining my gaze on the beer glass. "What made you think I wanted to talk about something? Isn't it possible that I just wanted to drink with you?" she questioned back, slightly offended by my downright question. "But you do, don't you?" I turned to make eye contact, and she twitched as I hit the nail on the head. "Yeah, I do," she replied in a low tone, turning her gaze away from mine. "So, what is it?" I took another sip of my beer before she started to tell me whatever was on her mind. "I'm seeing Mr. Kenny." I almost choked on my drink from the bombshell she dropped so nonchalantly. "Please say you're joking," I said the moment I stopped coughing, but the look she gave me in response said it all. She was serious about dating my client's husband. "Are you out of your goddamn mind? Don't you know the reason Miss Kenny is taking all these therapy sessions?" I clenched my fist as I tried to compose my anger. "Oh, come on, you know she is a psychopath. He's better off without her. And besides, it's not like he didn't know his wife is doing this for his sake before sleeping with me." Her unconcerned tone only made me perturbed, and if I'm staying any longer listening to her nonsense, I would end up firing her. If this is some sort of twisted joke, I'd let it slide this once, but don't expect me to partake in any of your misconduct. I may be your friend, but don't forget I am your employer even as we speak. I was low-key threatening her by mentioning that before walking out on her. I tried to figure out a solution as I paced back and forth inside my room, but there was nothing I could come up with since the damage had already been done, and if this were to get out, it could badly damage the reputation of my clinic. There was an appointment scheduled for Miss Kenny for tomorrow, and given her current condition, she should not know about her husband's betrayal. But since there was no way I was going to take the blame, I decided to act ignorant about the situation. The next day, as I was sitting in my office, the appointment time for my client's visit approached, and I was feeling rather uneasy about this session, since I knew she was going to mention her husband in our conversation, and it would only keep reminding me of how unfaithful he was being toward her. Being a therapist can be one tough job at points where you can't even help yourself out of some situations. And above all, Hannah was also at work, and she was behaving like nothing had happened, and it angered me even more. I had always favored her for being my friend, but this time she had gone too far to put my reputation at stake, and this was unforgivable. Another hour passed, and it was finally time for her therapy. But adding up to my misery, Mr. Kinney accompanied her for this session. And what got on my nerve even more was Hannah proceeding to the waiting room the moment she heard of his arrival. And the way my client looked at her, I immediately understood that she was onto something. Surprisingly, she did not mention anything of such sort during the entire session. It almost made me believe that she had no idea of her husband's infidelity. The session ended without any issue, and for the first time, she thanked me for helping her before leaving and said that I had helped her clear her mind. After they left, I called my assistant in my office and fired her. And since she didn't take the friendship we shared into account before acting on impulse, so why should I? So I ended my favor here by doing this. The next day, as I was busy studying a case in my office, I saw Sam rushing in, so I asked, "What is it, Sam?" "Miss Kinney, turn on the news. They're all saying she was arrested for murdering her husband," he said in a single breath. I quickly turned the television on and switched to the news channel. The news said a woman in her late 30s stabbed her husband to death for cheating on her. As I watched the news, I got concerned for Hannah's well-being, so I immediately dialed her number, but it was turned off. I remembered that she lived with her mom, so I called her to ask if she was okay, but I got more worried when she told me that Hannah hadn't returned since yesterday. There were a few places I knew she could go, so I tried to search for her there, but there was no sign of her anywhere, and her number was still off. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something terribly wrong had happened to her, but I just couldn't figure out what. Did someone kidnap her? Did Miss Kinney kill her as well? Or is she just ignoring me on purpose because I fired her? All of these questions kept running through my mind as I failed to find or get in contact with her. After putting in much effort, I just gave up. A few days later, her mother filed a missing person report, but there wasn't much progress in it yet. We haven't heard from her to this day since she disappeared without any trace, but I'm hoping for her return. She might have messed up someone's marriage, but she was still my best friend, whom I cared deeply about.
This story happened to me back when I still lived with my parents. I was commuting to college at the time and had 3 siblings that also lived at home, my brother and 2 sisters. For some context, we lived on 5 acres in rural Ohio, surrounded on both sides by woods and farm fields. Additionally, during the week, my dad normally left for work at 2 a.m., so I had always felt like it was my job to be the man of the house because he was gone during the times when you would imagine something sketchy happening. However, on this night, because it was the weekend, my dad was home. I woke up to the sound of my brother's voice trying to get my attention. We had separate rooms upstairs, and coming out of our rooms, you could look down over the banister and see our front door. When I woke up, it took a few moments to get out of the haze and realize what was going on. I looked at the clock, and it was around 2:30 a.m., and my brother told me that there were 2 men at our front door. Of course, now this was a real wake-up call. We quietly walk out of my room and peek over to look down at the front door. When we looked, there was no one at the door, but I noticed my parents off to the side at a view of the glass on the front door, and I whispered down to my father, and he told me that there were 2 men who had been talking to each other and knocking on the door. Hearing my dad say this freaked me out even more. I went back into my room and grabbed my pistol, quickly shuffling down the stairs after looking to make sure that they weren't at the door. If they had been, they would have easily seen me coming down the stairs, as it's in the direct view of the door. My brother is right behind me as we head over to where my parents are, whispering to try and find out what's going on. My parents had woken up to our dog barking and come out to see these 2 men knocking loudly at the door. At this point, we see the men return and they begin knocking again, despite the fact that no one had come to the door and our dog is still actively barking. The fact that they were there at this time in a location where houses are very spread out, hundreds of yards, and still knocking while the dog was barking, made the situation even more terrifying. After a couple of minutes, the men walk away and we all shuffle across the kitchen into the family room to peek out the windows into our driveway, which is lit up by our outside light. There was a black Cadillac sitting there, but no one was inside from what we could see. Immediately, the question was, where did they go? They weren't in their car, and they were no longer at the front door. Unfortunately, we figured out the answer when the handles on our back French doors started jiggling. They were actively trying to enter the back of our house, which enters the kitchen. At this point, I just remember my mom frantically saying "David" as pure terror overwhelmed her. At this point, two things happened. Adrenaline filled my body as I prepared my handgun, horrified at the very real possibility that I might have to shoot these men. Secondly, my dad finally grabbed the phone, called the police, and calmly told them what was happening. Thankfully, after a minute of the jiggling, they stopped at the back door and disappeared again, only to return to their knocking at the front. However, at this point, several minutes had gone by and suddenly we saw the local police fly up in multiple cruisers with their lights on. As they whipped into our driveway and front yard, the two men bolted away, attempting to run the long way around the house across the driveway. One of them disappeared out of our view, but the other one was intercepted by an officer yelling for him to get on the ground. He didn't, and he was immediately tased and fell on the ground. Some of the officers went around the house after the other guy, and one of them came to talk to my dad and I as we came out the front. They ended up finding the other man hiding in my sister's little playhouse in the backyard. It appears both of them were drunk and or high, as the one who hid had cocaine on him. And while they were both arrested that night, we never did find out what they were charged with or what happened to them. And needless to say, the whole experience was not fun. And it was another reminder that you're not even safe out in the sticks. So I worked at a domestic violence shelter, and I've seen a lot of stuff. Some paranormal, some just the truest chills of human nature. One of these instances was when a woman came to the rather large shelter that I was working at after leaving her partner. Pretty typical, only her partner was an ex-military sniper. Naturally, she came in the weeks our regular night shift workers were off on vacation, so I had been voluntold to take off my regular day shifts and have the pleasure of working alone. Now I start my shift, nothing much to note, help the residents get their medications, do some chores while I watch some Netflix. Usually I'm a horror junkie, but I would never watch it at work, mostly because I would become extra jumpy and I was certain that the place was actually haunted. As there were women who had passed in the building, but most of the spirits were chill, and I'm certain that they were messing with me at times. Anyways, at the time, our office had windows that looked out onto our tall pine trees in the backyard, designed to give us privacy for our residents' sake. However, at night, all you could see was darkness leering at you with no shielding from curtains. Naturally, our backs were turned to the window, making us feel pretty vulnerable. The windows at least had tints, but it didn't matter because we could still see outside, and anything outside could see us. At this point in my job, I had seen multiple residents' ex-partners who they had fled, trying to peek in or even break in, but nothing compared to this dark night with not even a glimmer of moonlight. So I went to complete my assigned chores, hoping to finish them and then relax until everyone woke up in the morning. I took my time in the basement where most of my chores were. The basement was the floor below my office where the residents stayed, and when I returned, I started getting cozy for my shift. I wrapped myself in a blanket, put on some goofy rom-com, and just relaxed. And this is until I felt like I was being watched. I had a habit of always feeling like something was watching me, though, as I grew up in a house with a similar window situation and was just a very anxious kid. I initially brushed it off as me being paranoid, which wasn't a bad thing, but I checked the many cameras that we had and didn't notice anything out of place inside or out. I continued snacking and watching my movie, and at around 2 a.m., when most residents were asleep, one of them knocked on the office door. This always spooked me at night, but I went to answer it. It was one of the residents, looking very panicked. She explained that she believed that she had heard someone out in the backyard while she was in her room and was worried that it was one of their ex-partners. The residents all had windows that could open to the backyard, too small for anyone, but a small child could fit through, but still. So I double-checked with this resident that hers was closed, and we had a policy that all windows be closed at night, especially at curfew, which was midnight. She said hers was closed, but that it sounded like someone was in the backyard. I suggested that she go to her room, close the blinds, and I would look into it. Again, I peered outside into the darkness, both on the cameras and with my own eyes, and I saw nothing out of place, but felt an absolute pit in my stomach as the darkness kind of stared back. I let this woman know that I didn't see anything, but would check regularly. She thanked me and said that maybe she was paranoid. I reassured her that the building was secure, but understood her fear. One thing about working at a shelter is that even if you're scared, you can't show it to the residents, or they panic, rightfully so, tenfold. So despite my stomach in knots, I kept a calm and cool demeanor. As soon as I returned to the office at about 3:30 a.m., I felt a little bit better and went to sit down. And that's when I noticed something dash into the pine trees. Absolutely petrified and going against my human nature, which screamed to bolt like a madman, I went to investigate near the window. I cautiously crawled because I didn't want to be seen by some wild man out there. I couldn't see anyone, but I again felt that gaze and noticed one of the pines move. When I say that I had never called the police quicker, I mean it. Luckily, because my workplace was well known by the police, they arrived pretty quickly. I met them at the front door and explained the situation and mentioned the woman with an ex-military partner. The police fanned out and looked around the pines. Luckily, no one was found, but they did find that something had disturbed the pine trees, and they did find one of those sort of fake leave/camouflage suits. I think they're called a ghillie suit. And right then, they might as well have just commanded me to poop my pants. They suggested that it was possible someone with a military background was in the pine trees trying to scope out the shelter, and I felt like I had just lived 3 lives in one night. The police said that it appeared the person had left, likely after seeing the flashing red and blue lights. They then left and said to call back if I felt unsafe again. The rest of the night was uneasy until my manager and other coworkers came in. Luckily, I had never seen curtains put up so quickly and security guards hired. And this happened while the woman and another resident with an ex and Hell's Angels were no longer with us. I have no certainty that it was that ex-military person, but based on how I felt that I was being stalked like prey and how she had described her ex-partner, it truly did feel like him.
Winter nights are always dark and creepy each year. If someone asks my personal opinion, I would always say that I don't like the winter season. The cold breeze and the dark, creepy, lonely roads. Also, something very bad happened to someone I know that shook me from head to toe. That incident left a fear in my heart that remains active even now. Like always, this time again, the mist started getting deeper, and there was a silence all around. Jason was well aware of what was going to happen next, but still don't know due to this fear his heart started beating fast. Along with the mist, the cold also started increasing, and Jason started shivering. It seemed that the whole world was covered with a white snowy sheet. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in the middle of the fog, which slowly started moving toward Jason. Even knowing that there was no danger to him, Jason wanted to turn around and run away, but he felt that his feet were frozen there. The shadow came near Jason, and his face was clearly visible. It was the same face he had seen for the first time on that unforgettable night. He had the innocent face of an about 14-year-old boy. He pointed his finger toward him. Jason sweated profusely out of fear despite the cold. The boy accused him that "You hit me and you're responsible for my death. You will have to atone for this. You will have to pay the price for my death." Jason began to reply and wanted to object that he didn't do anything, but as usual, the boy disappeared into the mist before he could say anything. Jason was shocked and his body was wet with sweat. He knew that now he would not be able to sleep for hours. He also knew that he would never forget that night. After that day, these dreadful dreams became a usual routine for Jason. The day when this incident happened was a great day for Jason. He was at a party that he organized by his boss and all the staff members were there. The hall was packed. The party was going on very loudly. People were dancing to foreign music, but nothing could be heard properly due to the noise of conversation. The wine was flowing like water. Standing in a corner, Jason was watching the spectacle without any special interest. Jason's friend Jack came up to him and tried to hand him a glass of wine to drink and come dance and enjoy with him and others. But Jason was not in the mood after that incident. At first, he tried to ignore Jack as he was already drunk and was not in a condition to understand anything. He kept on refusing, but Jack didn't agree. Finally, being fed up with all this forcing, Jason reluctantly took the glass, but he drank only a little to show Jack that he was drinking, which had almost no effect on him. Slowly, the night was over, and Jason went to the parking to his car. He pulled out his car from the hotel parking and drove towards his house. There was a slight fog, but the road was clearly visible. He was driving a little faster than usual since the road was not too crowded. After driving for a few minutes, he reached a traffic light where he saw the light turn green at the intersection in front of him, so he didn't reduce the speed. Suddenly, a boy started crossing the road right in front of him while talking on his cell phone. Jason pressed the brake pedal hard, but by then, it was too late. The car hit the boy, and he was thrown a few meters ahead due to the impact. Jason stopped the car and ran to the boy. He looked at his face carefully. His eyes were closed, and he seemed unconscious. Jason picked him up and put him in the car and went toward the nearest hospital. But then it dawned on him that if he confessed and the police found alcohol on his breath, he might have to go to jail. Thinking that, Jason stopped the car some distance from the emergency ward of the hospital and picked up the young man inside. He handed over the boy to a ward boy there, he said, and ran away from there after saying that he would return after a few minutes. The next day, he read in the inside corner of the newspaper that some unknown person had left the body of a half-dead boy in the hospital and then disappeared from there. After that day, he started having hazy dreams. Jason lived with his widowed mother. The little change that took place in his everyday life because of these dreams he could not hide from his mother's eyes. But whenever she asked any questions in this matter, Jason used to avoid the matter. Jason was 24 years old and was working in a reputed company. His mother wanted him to get married as soon as possible to get a companion for her to talk with in her lonely time. But Jason was not thinking of getting married after that accident. The only thing he could think of that used to come to his mind again and again was that he had killed someone by his carelessness. To forget his fault, Jason started working day and night. During the day, his attention was distracted in his office, but at night, especially after having a foggy dream, he was overwhelmed with sadness. After that party night, he never touched alcohol and stopped serving alcohol even at company parties. Somehow, 6 months passed after the incident, and a new girl joined Jason's office. Her name was Alice, and she had come to work straight after her graduation. In other words, she was a fresher, and Jason was entrusted with the responsibility of making Alice understand her work. She was very intelligent and also had the enthusiasm to learn. Jason was very happy with his dedication. Gradually, Jason started getting attracted to Alice, and he started feeling that Alice could become an ideal life partner for him, but he couldn't let Alice know about his feelings all day. After a few days, Jason got a chance to have tea with Alice. It was announced in his office that the next day in the evening, the roads would be closed to a big procession in the city, so there would be a holiday in the office 2 hours earlier. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jason informed Alice that the next day he would accompany Alice to her house. The next evening, at 4 o'clock when he got to leave, Jason took Alice and went towards her house. On the way, he tried to get information about Alice from her. While talking about her family, Alice revealed that she had a brother who died in an accident last year and almost broke while talking about her dead brother. Jason felt as if he had scratched an old wound and apologized to her. Soon, they reached Alice's house. Her parents welcomed him in a nice and respectful manner. Her father had retired from the British Army after serving for almost 35 years. Sitting in the meeting, he and Jason started talking about the upcoming elections and some other political issues. Alice and her mother went inside and started arranging tea and some snacks. Jason's eyes were wandering here and there while talking, and suddenly, he got a big jolt and was shocked when he saw his left side. There was a big picture on the front wall on which a garland was lying. Actually, it was the same boy who came under Jason's car. He was shocked even then. He asked Alice's father who was in that photo. Her father became completely silent, and then he replied in a broken voice that he was his only son who died in an accident last year. Jason's head started spinning, and his eyes almost burst with tears. He started thinking that he killed Alice's brother. He was the one who took their only hope from them, and he was thinking of getting married to her sister. Though he didn't know about all that from start even then, murder was murder. He had killed that boy and he was sure of it, but he didn't have the courage to confess so. Like before, he excused them that he had urgent work to do at home and left from there as soon as he could. After that, he started to avoid Alice even during office. He was feeling guilty about killing his brother, so he wanted to keep his distance from her. They went on for almost about 1 month, but then Alice got fed up with his behavior and asked him directly if he had some problem with her. She was furious due to Jason's ignorance and behavior. Jason thought that he couldn't hide this fact anymore from her and decided to confess to her about everything. He asked her to sit beside her and told her that he wanted to confess something. He told her that he did something that couldn't be forgiven no matter how he repented. She couldn't understand what he was trying to say, so she asked her to tell her everything clearly. Jason looked at her face and asked, "Do you know how your brother died?" He was hoping that she wasn't aware of anything, but she replied that she knew all about it. He was shocked to listen to her reply. Before he could say or ask anything else, she said that her brother had gone for a swim immediately after lunch. Suddenly, his stomach started twitching in the pool and he died by drowning. His friends and the lifeguard present there tried hard to save him, but perhaps the time had come for his death. Jason was shocked to hear this. He wasn't expecting something like that. He asked Alice if her father told him that her brother died in an accident. After this, Alice told him that just a week back, he had come in a way of a car while busy talking on his cell phone. But it seemed that some decent person was driving the car, because even though it was not his fault, he took my brother to the hospital and then disappeared. He was saved in that accident, but died after just 6 days in the swimming pool. Jason felt as if a mountain had lifted from his head. At this time, he thought that he had killed that boy, but actually the boy was saved that day, and these 6 months that passed like a hell for Jason were for nothing but a misunderstanding. He was very happy to know the truth. He confessed to Alice that he was the one who hit his brother that day with car and left him at the hospital, as he was scared of getting arrested. He also told her that he left her house that day because he saw her brother's photo and thought it was him who killed him. He burst into tears while confessing all this. Alice held him and hugged him tightly. She told him that everything was just a misunderstanding and asked him to forget everything. After a few minutes, she confessed to him her feelings towards him, and Jason also confessed to her about his feelings. Just after that, in his mind, he promised himself that the very next day he would go to Alice's house and meet her parents and ask for Alice's hand. And he was sure that after that day, he would never have that dreadful dream again. After this, both of them got married and lived their life happily without any tensions or worries.
When I was 14 years old, my family and I went on a boating trip out of Melbourne's western Port Bay. I remember being at the helm with my father, steering the little boat over the waves, and then the next thing we knew, my big brother was shouting that water was coming in. And it all happened so fast. Mom and Dad were shouting for us to stay together, and then suddenly, the boat tipped over, and we were in the water. We later found out that the bottom of our boat had been almost completely rotten, and that its owners had been extremely and willfully negligent in renting it to us, and we had no choice but to start swimming. Since it was late in the evening, no one had seen us go down, so it was up to us to rescue ourselves. I was a reasonably good swimmer, and we all had life jackets on, but it was still around 2 miles back to shore, so land looked like it was a long, long way away. Darkness fell as we were swimming, but my dad started to struggle and my big brother swam back to try and help him. My mom and I stuck together and kept going, but we soon lost sight of my father and brother. Seagulls cried out above me, and I kept imagining that they were warning me of an attack from sharks that were no doubt swimming in the waters around us. I could see land, but it didn't seem to get any closer. Finally, after more than 3 hours in that water, I felt the sandy bottom against my feet. I'd reached the mud flats of what I believed was the mainland, but my mom, dad, and brother were nowhere to be seen. I was weak, cold, and exhausted. I dragged myself through the mud, which at some points was almost up to my waist, and this was even more terrifying than the swimming. The mud kept on sucking me down, and I was terrified that I'd sink and be suffocated. My muscles ached, my lungs burned, and I felt like I was about to pass out at points. But at the same time, I knew the clock was ticking, that it was essentially down to me and me alone to get help from my family. The clock was ticking in my head, and I needed to get my family the help they badly needed. When I finally made it ashore, I realized that I was on French Island, an island with an old, disused prison on it that has only about 50 people on it. I ran through the bushland, using up the last reserves of my energy, it felt like, and feeling thorns scratching against my legs and arms. I ran for a long time, too, stopping every so often to catch my breath before continuing through the bush. Finally, I found a house, and after banging on the door, someone opened it and I told them what had happened. I just remember crying and crying as they tried to comfort me, and how I begged them to help find my family. They told me everything was going to be okay, and that they'd contacted the Victoria Coast Guard. I appreciate that they were just trying to console me, but I knew they were wrong. The next morning, the bodies of my mum, dad, and older brother were recovered from the water off the coast of Fairhaven, and words can't express how devastated I was, and I was filled with this overwhelming survivor's guilt, thinking that I should be the one dead. And for 5 long years, I was a wreck, and I think I might be dead from drink and drugs if it wasn't for the birth of my first kid. And for a long, long time, I avoided any kind of large body of water, which included swimming pools, before my therapist suggested that I undertake some exposure therapy. This would involve brief trips to a local pool, but at first, my anxiety was so bad that even if my head was above the water, I just couldn't breathe. I tried for 4 months, but nothing worked until a local swim coach heard my story and offered some help. And then over the next year or so, the therapy started to chip away at my fear until, finally, I was able to look at the sea without feeling like I was about to have a panic attack. My proudest moment has been taking part in a charity swim across the Rip, which is an infamously rough stretch of water. We helped raise money for a domestic violence charity here in Australia, which is a cause very close to my heart for reasons that could well make for another true scary story. It might have taken me 20 years, but I no longer let my fear control me. I now understand that what happened wasn't my fault, but the irony of needing water to heal the very trauma that it created has never been lost on me.
How do you like being alone at home? Isn't it kind of exciting when after months of being in a house full of people, you suddenly get a day of peace? I felt the same when my family decided to visit my grandma Eleanor, as her health was falling rapidly. But they left me looking at how my exams were starting in 3 days. Not like I was going to study or anything in their absence. I had an entire plan of chilling and relaxing in this empty home. Right after they left, I first drew a bubble bath for myself and played the music of my choice, which I never got to when others were here since its lyrics were a bit lewd. My family always had these weirdly strange expectations from girls that they shouldn't be interested in such things, or think about it on that matter, but I have always been a bit different from others. Trust me, sometimes I even surprise myself when I'm sneakily watching those kinds of videos in my room, and I got turned on by that. So I guess you get an idea of what I was going to do in that bubble bath. And those of you who didn't get it, I'll leave it to your imagination. I wasn't some underage girl to not understand right or wrong. Instead, I was a college student who had been single for almost all of her life and had some needs of my own. As I was giving myself a nice session and was almost on the edge, I suddenly felt as if someone was watching me. I turned around to see no one was there, and I knew no one could be home because literally everyone was on the flight. It was strange. I don't believe anyone knew the passcode for the house. Thinking it to be my imagination, I went back to finish what I had started, and once I was done, I relaxed for a few moments, when again I felt someone watchful eyes on me. I got out of the bathtub, wrapped a bathroom around me, and started looking to see if anyone was there. But again, it was nothing. My bedroom window was open though, and as I went to close it, I found a note sticking on its door. I opened it, only to find it was written by My Red Lipstick, and the words were, although it wasn't my intention when I broke in, regardless, I enjoyed the show. A sudden chill ran down my spine. Someone was here, and they saw me. My first reaction was to close the window and lock it from the inside, and then went around the house to check if anyone was there before locking all the other doors and windows. Luckily, nothing else happened that day, but the next morning I woke up from my doorbell, which was continuously ringing for the past 5 minutes. Whoever it was had no patience to the point where it was annoying me, so I quickly put on my shorts and t-shirt and headed downstairs to see which maniac was ringing the doorbell. I opened the door, but there was no one. Instead, there was a package lying on the floor, so I picked it up and went back inside. There was an address written over there, neither sender's nor mine, so I figured whoever it was must have left it on the door and run off. There was a weirdly slutty outfit in there when I opened the package with a note. For tonight, do it in this, baby. My hands started trembling and I dropped them on the floor. I had gotten a stalker who was creeping the hell out of me. This seemed pretty dangerous with me being alone at home, and considering how my family wasn't going to come back for another week, I had to somehow deal with it on my own. But unexpectedly, nothing out of the ordinary happened for the night, despite me being fretful, till I fell asleep. I was awakened by the feeling of being touched by someone. When I woke up, I saw a boy wearing a mask. The reason I said it was a boy was because I could tell by looking at his physique that he was around 15 or 16 in his teenage years. But despite being a 22-year-old woman, I was still terrified by the look in his eyes, and the fact that he had broken into not just my house, but my room as well. Something about him was sparkling through his eyes as if he was saying he would kill me if I scream or make a noise, and not only that, he was holding a knife. He didn't do anything though, and left through the window, and when I came back to my senses, panic started to rise in me. Who was that kid? Why would a kid break into my house? I'm sure it wasn't just so he could feel me up with the fact he broke into my room the other day, as well as when I was taking a bath, But it was clear that whatever it was he wanted collided with his teenage hormones after he watched me that day. Not only that, but with the fact that he was coming and going around the house with such ease, he must live around here somewhere. But how did he unlock the windows? I remember quite clearly that I locked it before falling asleep. Anyway, I didn't strain my mind thinking about it anymore, and decided to have a walk around the neighborhood since I had a pretty good idea about the few houses which had teenage boys. The next day, as I was walking around, I noticed Miss Britt's son getting a scolding from stealing from her. Miss Britt's son was 17 years old at the time, but despite that, he looked 2 years younger than his age. By the looks of it, she had grounded him and was cutting on his pocket money, which led him to steal. Seemed pretty interesting to me, though, since she is known for being a perfectionist and quite strict. She was also one of those nagging Karens who's always sticking their nose in other people's business and always keeps track of how many years it's been since I last dated. Well, that gave me an idea of who might be the one breaking in, but before I could be sure, I needed to check something. I went back to my house and went through the places I put money, and bingo, that shithead was stealing from me. So that was the main reason he kept breaking into my house, and now that he already had started the game, I was going to write its end. The same evening when I was enjoying the nice cool breeze on my front lawn, I saw him walking on the other side of the road. As our eyes met, I waved at him with a big grin on my face, and I could tell by his reaction that he had gotten nervous. But I wasn't going to let him get away with this, so I called him over. He hesitantly crossed the road and walked to my house. "How's it going, Chase?" I asked, giving him the politest smile I could. "Everything's going fine." Well, his smile was awkward though, and I knew why. "It's fun." He looked at me with a confused expression, trying to figure out what I was referring to. "School," I said again, with a chuckle this time. Yes it is." He nervously chuckled in response. "So, what about are you doing these days? Is it fun messing with me?" I whispered in his ears after walking closer to him, which made him take a step back. "What do you mean?" He looked around to check if anyone was watching, which was kind of funny to look at. "Oh, you know exactly what I mean. And if you want to hide our little stalking and stealing a secret from your parents, you would be helping me with my needs. But of course, they are unique, and I'm not sure you'll be enjoying some of them or not." I gave an evil grin as I said that. He nodded nervously in response, and then I let him go after instructing him to come into my bedroom later tonight, just the way he had been for the past 2 days. I think I'll be closing his mother's mouth pretty soon after this.
I used to work in a nightclub that stayed open until 5 a.m., and those last couple of hours could get pretty rough. We operated a pretty strict door policy, but there's very little you can do about the folks who turn up semi-sober at like midnight and then end up trashed and shirtless come closing. Closing time was always a messy process, especially on weekends, when all the patrons would spill out onto the streets outside at roughly the same time. There'd be romance, drama, fights, and slowly but surely the crowd would disperse and cabs are on foot. Then, this one time, we had one particular guy get kicked out around closing for trying to start fights with people. He was wasted, it was all posturing and sloppy shoving, so not exactly a huge threat to really anyone. But then after he gets himself kicked out, he stays outside the club, talking crap to anyone who could come outside. The bouncer's presence alone was keeping him at bay, and then when we closed, he carried on harassing people, but somehow managed to avoid any violence. I think he was just so wasted and incapable that people didn't think that he was even worth the effort. Plus, by the time people were dispersing, he was shirtless and looked like he might have just puked on himself a little, so I imagine people didn't even want to be near him, let alone get close enough to fight. And little by little, the crowd of people began to disperse until it was literally just the shirtless drunk guy wandering in and out of the streets trying to harass passing cars. I remember my coworker called me over like, "Get a load of this guy, he's still out there." And at first, we were just kind of laughing at him, trying not to get spotted through the big glass windows in the process. He's walking into the street, and at every passing car, he's posturing like he's challenging it to a fight. And every time he's doing it, me and my coworker are just laughing our butts off and recording him on our phones. A car is only coming along maybe every few minutes or so, because it's still like 6 a.m. at this point, so the streets hadn't quite woken up yet, so we had to wait between all of his challenges. But then suddenly, a car drives past the guy and he lands a kick on it so loud that we heard it from the bar. The driver of the car blasts their horn, stops for a second, and then just speeds off. Shirtless guy starts laughing, giving the driver the finger, and right as he's celebrating this sort of little victory over the car, my coworker says word for word, "If he keeps doing that, man, he's gonna get himself hurt." Well, no sooner does he say that, the same car shirtless guy kicked comes back speeding the other way, and it smashes into him so hard that he literally went spinning in the air. I remember just recoiling from the window in shock, and my coworker doing the same thing. She just kept saying, "Oh my God, oh my God." But then as the car reappeared and reversed over the guy as he was lying there, the pitch of her voice picked up so that she went from talking to screaming. Seeing the guy smashed into the air was one thing, something I'll remember for as long as I live. But seeing him get his torso crushed by the reversing tires, both sets too, was something I think that I'll see in my nightmares every so often until I die. Just the sound of it alone was one of the worst things I'd ever heard. Just this sort of deep gunk as each set of wheels ripped over him. And I do mean ripped because after the second hit, you could see the blood where the rubber had dragged away the skin of his chest and back. I didn't look for too long. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, pacing back and forth on the floor in front of the bar as I focused on telling the dispatcher all she needed to know. The EMTs were outside first, and then 2 cops showed up to ask us all a few questions. Our manager bought us all drinks, then stayed after we all left to get all the relevant security camera footage for the cops. And the following evening, we all had the night off because it was Sunday, but me, my boss, and my coworkers were all talking in this group text, updating each other on what was going on. We all wanted to know if the shirtless guy was going to be okay. Like, I know it might sound kind of naive, but people do survive some crazy injuries sometimes. But the very next morning, we found out that he died. The cops had reached out to our manager saying that since the guy died, the investigation has become a homicide. And this meant that we'd have to talk to the cops all over again, but this time it'd be with 2 homicide detectives who wanted to talk to whoever was on shift that night, which obviously meant me. They basically wanted to know if the person who ran over the shirtless guy could have been someone he clashed with earlier that night. But from where I was standing, it just seemed totally random. We don't really get people walking out of the club wasted then getting straight into their cars, and for obvious reasons. So from where I was standing, the shirtless guy was unlucky enough to kick the car of someone in a very bad mood who had to be up early that Sunday morning or something. And honestly, that's what I find so scary about this whole thing. It all happened so fast, and the guy confronted so many drivers who just ignored him and drove off before he finally just so happened to come across that one psycho who turned around, hit him, and then reversed over him afterwards. And that's why I'm always polite with people, especially during tense situations. I don't let people just walk all over me. A person can be firm but respectful, make concessions but set boundaries. But the thing I never ever want to be is careless enough to trigger that one psycho who's been waiting all day and night to take their spite out on someone. I'm not talking about that psycho who's looking for trouble either, because God help you if you're that person that comes along. I'm talking about the real psychos, the button-down, repressed emotions, hair-trigger psychos who see red, totally lose themselves, and then do something terrible. They're the ones I'm scared of, because they're the ones who won't hesitate to kill you.
I used to work at a small elevator manufacturing company in data management back in 2021. And since this was my first job, I wanted to get as much experience as I could. But after working for 1.5 years, I realized not everything is what it seems to be. They had a client with mall chains that had placed orders for almost 20 elevators by now in that company. But there was something that was going on in the company that he had no idea about. I happened to find out about it by mistake and was keeping quiet about it, since I didn't want any problems with my work. That day, I got to the office a bit early and decided to take a walk around the building when I overheard the manager, who was in charge of that client's order, talking to an inspector and offering him some bribe to lie to the client about the authenticity of the materials installed in the elevators. I couldn't believe what I just heard. This meant he was messing with the company's fund right under the CEO's nose. It's been almost 2 months since I found out, and since I knew he had enough authority to fire me before he could get fired himself, I tried to stay ignorant of what I heard that day, hoping for his lies to get exposed by some other means. And luckily, the client gave the annual maintenance contract for one of the lifts to a different company, which shed light on the usage of counterfeits. And it was not just only small parts, but the drive and machine as well. Our company started to receive angry phone calls the moment he found out the truth, and judging by the horrid expression on the manager's face, he was screwed. I was low-key enjoying this turn of events, since I was not the only one who knew of this now. It was like my prayers were listened to, and his corruption was finally revealed to the others. Anyway, so after many threatening calls received by employees on the manager's behalf, a one-on-one meeting was scheduled between the client and him. It was finally the day of the client's visit, and I was looking forward to the kick in the teeth he was going to receive for his wrongdoings. And judging by the surrounding, I wasn't the only one who was secretly enjoying his affliction. It seemed like other employees were also looking forward to his fall. Well, looking back at his nasty personality and the insults he had thrown at others, it was only right to do so. But there must be others who were involved in his scheme as well, since such a large-scale fraud right under everyone's nose was not something he could do alone. And there was that inspector as well, whom he was offering a bribe. We all saw the tall man with amber eyes getting escorted in by security, along with what looked like 3 bodyguards of his own. Well, it was something to be expected from someone who owned malls, so none of us were surprised by that. But since only he was permitted to enter the meeting room, the men he brought stood outside the room. The sweat drops on the manager's forehead were visible even from a distance as I saw him entering to meet the client. But he was trying his best to act nonchalantly. We wanted to hear what they were going to talk, so we moved a bit closer to the meeting room. And figuring from what broken words we were able to hear, the man was angrily demanding he inspects each elevator our company had installed and replace the knockoffs to the branded ones as per agreement he signed with the company. For those of you who don't know, the company that installs the elevator holds the key until the official handover, and there were only 2 or 3 elevators that had been completely handed over to this client. And I was sure about the first 2 elevators that were installed mustn't have been tampered with, since a different manager was in charge of them. After the client was pleased with the smooth performance of those elevators, he signed a contract for the rest of his malls. The project was given to this greedy hyena of a manager who decided to embezzle with the company's funds to fill his pocket, thinking no one would ever find out since customers have less to no knowledge of the materials used inside the elevator. So, the manager continued to deny doing what the man was claiming, while saying that there was nothing wrong with those elevators, that the agreed materials were used in the installation. But when the man continued insisting on the inspection, he tried to change strategy by saying he would send an inspector through the company. Judging by the voice of the client that was slowly getting louder, he was losing his patience when he said he would bring his inspector, and all he needed were the keys to his elevator. We didn't need to stay close to the meeting room to hear what was going on, since it seemed like the conversation had turned into a heated argument where the manager was desperately denying to give the keys and continued saying that only the company's inspector was allowed to check on the lifts. He finally lost it, and now we were listening to the sound of punches being thrown. Since no one dared to step in, and there was no one in a higher position than the manager present at the moment, we let the fight continue. After about another 15 minutes or so, the man exited the room, looking like an angry Hulk. There was blood on his knuckles, and he strode off to the exit while his bodyguards followed him. We immediately rushed into the meeting room to see the condition of the manager, and he seemed pretty beat up as his face looked unrecognizable and was unconscious. Not only that, but he was bleeding through his head. It looked as if he was a victim of an assault. Well, judging by the vast difference between the two's height and build, it was predictable that he would get smashed by the other party. Anyway, he was immediately taken to the hospital, and this issue had already reached the CEO's ears, who was in a completely different state for a meeting with a possible investor. We were informed that he would be coming back the very next day to resolve this issue by himself, while, on the other hand, the corrupt manager had gone into a vegetative state due to the seriousness of his head injury. Not that I cared, but the doctors couldn't tell when he would wake, and if he did, there was a huge chance he would have an issue in speaking. Another meeting was held between the client and the CEO, and this one was rather calm than the previous fiasco. The CEO agreed to the inspection as per the man's condition, while apologizing and saying he had no idea that an employee was playing with the company's trust, and offered to replace the part with the one that was mentioned in the contract. The manager's company was sent a letter of his release from duty, along with the warning that the company was not pressing any charges for the fund embezzlement due to his condition, and they can think of the money he stole as compensation. Every single employee was investigated after that, and it turned out there were more people involved than I thought in this, and every single one of them was fired and sued for stealing from the company. I worked for another 6 months before moving to a better opportunity the moment I got it, and I hope I don't get entangled in something like that ever again. But as I am moving forward in life, I'm getting to know there are all kinds of selfish people in this world, and you gotta watch out for them.
I had an exceptionally upsetting incident on my third job house-sitting. To help you understand why it affected me so much, I should probably tell you about myself. I grew up in a single-parent home. My mom has always been a loving and understanding parent, but I think she felt pressure to find a new husband. My dad left us soon after I was born. She began dating almost immediately. This pressure caused her to make a lot of bad choices. She did the bar scene, constantly bringing home a new man. A few would stay, but not for long. She never seemed to understand that you don't find a husband in a place like that. Every relationship inevitably broke down into arguments and fighting, and on more than one occasion, the fights got physical on both sides. My mom's love of wine did a lot to inflame tensions. And because of this constant state of chaos, I became a people pleaser and hated confrontation. It's the big reason behind my panic attacks. I've worked a lot on my assertiveness, but I sometimes fall back into my old habits. My story starts in 2015. I was bouncing from job to job. I've been having a hard time finding something in my degree field. A friend had recently become a house sitter and made it sound fun. She made it sound like a permanent vacation, and I desperately needed one of those. She gave me a quick course on the ins and outs of the job and helped me land my first client. I was a ball of nerves, but I got through it. The second client went much smoother. It would be the third that would make me think twice about doing this long term. It was now mid-2016. I answered an ad asking for someone to sit a house a few hours away. This would be my first long-distance gig, and I didn't want to mess it up. I made a list of questions and showed them to my friend. She suggested a few changes, and I called the number. The homeowner and I made an appointment for me to view the property. I quickly made arrangements and drove up to meet him. He was a businessman, needing to leave town on short notice. My job would be to accept packages and mail, but most importantly, look after his dog. The dog's name was Bart. He was a St. Bernard mix, and when we first met, he didn't appear very interested in anything. He sniffed me once and returned to his bed. It all seemed simple enough. I asked a few questions, and at the end of the appointment, we both decided that I'd be perfect for the job. I checked into my hotel for the night and returned the following morning. My stay would be for 3 full nights, and I was looking forward to relaxing and maybe even playing with Bart. That afternoon, I tried to do just that. Bart wasn't interested, though. Instead, we lounged together on the patio. It was a beautiful sunny day. The slow, cool breeze in the shade made it feel like paradise. The home's slightly remote location allowed for a wonderfully peaceful environment. I felt calmer than I had in a very long time. Bart and I took a brief nap before going back inside for dinner. I ordered a pizza and cheesy bread. Afterwards, I opened a pint of ice cream I bought for such an occasion and parked my butt in front of the television. Bart was proving to be just as easy to handle as I'd hoped. He joined me on the couch and we watched a movie on Netflix. We had completed a little less than half of it before the doorbell began ringing. This wasn't your normal ringing, however. The person was pushing the button over and over again. It was now well after 5 p.m. and I wasn't aware of anyone visiting that late. I did briefly consider not answering it, but the incessant ringing made me think someone may need help. The woman I encountered on the opposite side of the door had very aggressive body language. I didn't say one word before she tore into me. She demanded to speak to the homeowner. I told her he was out of town on business. It didn't seem wise to let her know when he was to return. She didn't appear to believe me. As she spoke, she grew louder and became visibly angrier. I could feel myself getting increasingly nervous, and I did all I could to convince her. Then, she began cursing at me, calling me all these things and terrible words I'd rather not repeat here. She had convinced herself that I was the homeowner's new girlfriend. I hadn't noticed until just then, but Bart had walked up behind me. As he became more enraged, he grew more aggressive. The scene quickly became a cacophony of yelling and barking. I could feel a panic attack was on the way. I was completely overwhelmed by all of it. Bart's booming bark echoed through the hallway. It looked like he would attack her at any moment. And things would only get worse from here. I'm not sure what I said, but it set the woman off, and she lunged at me. Bart reacted by lunging at her. By some miracle, I was able to get the door closed before anyone was hurt. After that, Bart calmed down a bit. He backed away a few feet and sat down, but his eyes stayed glued to the door. I slid down the door and commenced suffering one of the worst panic attacks I've ever experienced. The woman continued screaming and pounding on the door, and I was sure that I was dying. To his credit, Bart stayed where he was and did nothing. And minutes passed and I was able to get enough control of myself to call the police. The operator did a fantastic job of talking me down. The police arrived and I made it clear that she attempted to assault me. The officers were understanding and took the woman away with them. I'm not sure if he was formally arrested, however. I was still very shaken. I was a heartbeat away from running back home. In any matter, I had to notify the homeowner of what had happened. He was extremely apologetic and begged me not to leave, but against my better judgment, I agreed to stay. Like I said, I tend toward being a people pleaser. Admittedly, leaving Bart alone after he tried to protect me would have been cruel. We finally agreed that my fee would be doubled. It did feel like extortion, and I knew it may affect my reputation, but I'd already decided this would be my last sitting job, so I accepted. I'd need all the money I could get until I found a new job anyway. The next 2 nights were calm and quiet. Bart stayed by my side the entire time. It made leaving that much harder. The homeowner and I had a brief conversation the morning he returned. He was still very apologetic and explained what may have caused the situation. He and the crazy woman had been dating, but he ended it because of her suspicious and controlling behavior. I didn't inquire any further. I got the impression he was very embarrassed by her. I'd already been paid, so nothing was keeping me around any longer, except for Bart. I bent down and gave my hero a big hug and kiss on the nose. I could already feel the tears welling up. I didn't want to make a scene of myself, so I said goodbye and jogged away to my car. That was the worst and the last of my brief career in house sitting, and I'll miss it for a second, and as for Bart, that's a completely different story.
The day I met her. The warm summer afternoon was perfect for enjoying an ice cream cone, precisely what Bailey and I were doing. We were sitting on a bench in the park, enjoying the cool breeze and the delightful taste of our treats. As we chatted, Bailey asked me about my dreams and aspirations. I replied that I hadn't thought about it yet. She seemed surprised and prodded me further, but I couldn't think of anything I was particularly passionate about. Eventually, I turned the question back on her and asked about her dreams. With a dreamy smile, Bailey revealed she wanted to go to Hollywood. I couldn't help but tease her a bit, telling her that I didn't think acting was her thing. But she quickly corrected me, saying she wanted to be a stunt woman. The thought of her performing daring feats in front of the camera made me feel excited and a little nervous, and I couldn't help but chuckle. Bailey and I have been inseparable since our first year in middle school. Now, as we enter high school, I can't help but notice how focused and determined she is about everything. Her unwavering seriousness about schoolwork and her future aspirations makes it seem we're on the cusp of graduation, even though we're only freshmen. Despite her unawareness, I've harbored a crush on her for quite some time now. Something about her is intriguing and captivating, and I can't help but want to know her better. Unfortunately, it seems that I'm not the only one who's curious about Bailey. Due to her short height, people are always making fun of her and underestimating her abilities, but she never lets it get to her. Her upbeat and optimistic personality helps her push through the tough times. It's hard for her to understand the things happening around her, but she's always eager to learn and grow. When she mentioned Hollywood, it reminded me of our first meeting. She said something similar back then, too. As the summer vacation ended, I was terrified about starting school in a new place. Despite my reluctance, my mother dropped me off outside the school building. Having transferred schools several times before due to my mom's work, I expected a similar experience, but this new school looked different. It appeared old and small, unlike the larger and more modern schools I had attended previously. Throughout the day, I felt disinterested and bored with the lessons and the students in my class. As the day ended, I decided to walk back home, hoping to discover something new and exciting in the area. Even though my mother had given me bus fare, I chose to walk instead, not wanting to deal with the crowds on the bus. I was confident in navigating my way home, so I set out on foot. As I wandered near the school, my stomach grumbled, and I decided to grab a hot dog from a street vendor. As I savored the warm and juicy snack, I strolled by an alleyway. My ears perked up at some curious sounds. I couldn't quite discern what was happening, but my curiosity was piqued, and I felt a sense of intrigue. I stopped at the end of the street and peered into the alley. My eyes landed on 4 boys who appeared to be around my age, but they looked taller and more menacing. There was a small girl around 4 feet tall whom they were cornering. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she looked like a mess. Those kids probably beat her for some reason. "What are you even doing in our class? You should go back to the kindergarten," one of the boys said, sneering as he flicked her forehead, causing her to wince and put both hands over the area she was flicked. The other boys snickered in agreement, enjoying the cruel joke they had just made. The girl's eyes filled with tears as she looked at them, feeling humiliated and hurt by their words. "You guys are jerks," she replied, her voice trembling, making them flinch. "What did you just say, you peanut?" The boy who had just flicked her growled and smacked her on the shoulders. Were they seriously ganging up on a small girl? I couldn't stand and watch, so I decided to butt in. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" I asked as I approached them. Their attention shifted to me as I pushed the kid away from her and stood between them as her shield. "Isn't this the new kid?" the guy asked his friends, and they nodded in unison. He then gave a cocky smile, saying, "I guess we need to set him straight too." I looked at him, confused, but then I felt a punch in my gut, followed by another punch in my left eye. The girl tried to stand up for me but was pushed, causing her to fall and bruise her knees. Soon after, I was getting beaten by his bunch. I did try to fight back, but it was of no use. They would have gone on longer but fled when a man saw them and threatened to call the police. "Can you stand?" I lifted up my gaze and glanced at the hand in front of my face. My eyes trailed to the girl who seemed a mess, but still seemed calm as she offered to help. Without much hesitation, I grabbed her hand and stood up. I asked her if she was okay, and she nodded. "Thanks for helping me. I'll repay you once I make it to Hollywood." She beamed a smile at me, making my heart give a loud thump. Despite being roughed up by some jerks, I felt a sense of serenity around her. Something about her made me feel at ease, even after the chaos that had just occurred. Curious, she asked me where I lived, and to our surprise, we realized that we were neighbors. We began walking home together that day, chatting along the way. I didn't talk much, but I listened intently to everything she had to say. It was then that I started to feel like attending the school wouldn't be so bad after all. However, when I got home, my mom was furious with me for getting into a fight on my first day. She made sure to complain to the school about the incident, and as a result, the kids who attacked me were suspended. Despite the consequences, I'm glad I stopped that day and met her. "Hey, do you want to head to McDonald's, my future stunt woman?" Bailey's eyes lit up as I asked her this. She nodded vigorously as she got up from the park bench. I couldn't help but laugh at her eagerness as I followed her.
Have you heard of the saying, all is fair in love and war? But what if everything is not fair? What if the limits were crossed to win love and war? Would you say then too that all is fair? I don't think so. The story I am about to tell you is about a story that I covered in my early times as a reporter. It's about someone who did every possible thing to win both love and the war. It was about 7 years ago. I had just joined this news channel a few days ago as an investigative journalist, and as my training was completed, I was assigned my first story to cover. It was about a love affair of a famous businessman whose mistress, Catherine, had committed suicide. So my story had to revolve around the truth about what happened in that case. My boss helped me get into the office where Catherine used to work as an undercover employee, and that was where I met this guy named Bob, who looked like a total wreck after Catherine's death. I got to know through the other employees that Bob and Catherine were dating for the past 5 years, and he was good to her during the time they were dating. But this information led to the question that if he was so good to her, then why was she having an affair that led her to commit suicide? People were sympathetic toward Bob, but no one suspected him even once of killing Catherine. I mean, come on people, she cheated on him. How is it that no one suspected him? Well, it doesn't matter, because he was on the top of my suspect list, so I started watching him. One day out of the blue, Bob asked me if I wanted to have a coffee with him. I was kind of confused by his sudden approach, but still, I agreed, and followed him to the cafe outside the company during lunchtime. Since it was a perfect opportunity for me to get the information from him that I needed, I wore a wire. "Why are you so interested in Catherine's affair?" he asked the moment we sat down at the table. "Excuse me?" I asked with a confused expression on my face. "Oh, don't play coy with me. I've heard you going around asking about Catherine's affair with the chairman. It was bad enough that she had to suffer with such rumors when she was alive, and now you're bringing it up again after her death too?" He said in an angry, low tone, which sounded like a warning. "What do you mean it was a rumor?" I asked. "Well, of course it was a rumor. She got promoted as chairman's secretary, so people started saying she seduced him to get that position, but I never once doubted her." He stopped speaking when the waiter came with the coffee, and I waited for him to leave because I had questions for him. "Is that why she committed suicide?" I asked the moment the waiter left. "No. What makes you think she committed suicide?" "She was murdered." He looked me in the eyes and said in a calm tone, "Murdered?" I was dumbfounded by what he had just told me. "Enough about that. Now tell me, why are you running around your mouth and asking questions about her?" He leaned back and asked in the same calm voice he had since we arrived at the cafe. For some reason, it was terrifying the hell out of me. Luckily, I had a solid story prepared as an excuse if someone were to get suspicious of me, so I used it. I told him that the two of us used to be best friends back in Dunfermline, where she used to live during the time of her high school, and when I found out about her suicide, I wanted to know the truth about what happened. It seemed like he believed me, and then we got back to the office. I couldn't shake it off my mind, the way he told me about her girlfriend's murder calmly. And what surprised me even more was that he hadn't reported it to the police yet. After that little conversation of ours, he went back to being hostile toward me, the way he had been since my first day in this office. Anyway, it was the day I was working overtime, and no one was around at that hour, when I heard someone's voice coming from the chairman's office. It was hard to figure out who it was and what they were talking about, so I went a little closer to eavesdrop. "Watch your mouth, brother, or else I might slip out about us sharing the same DNA to the media. It's not the only secret that I know about you." It was Dan's voice that I recognized in an instant. "What do you want, Daniel? Why are you doing this?" The chairman's voice sounded tired, as if he was on the effect of some sort of drug. "What else do you think? I want to win back what was supposed to be mine, so just sign these papers and your secret will be safe with me." Dan's tone was the same terrifyingly calm as before. "Why are you doing this, Dan? First you killed Catherine just because she dumped you, and now you're doing this." "I killed her? No, you can't put this on me, Nathan. I loved her. She was only dumping me because you brainwashed her against me, so her blood is on your hands. I was never going to let you have her through deceptions. That's why I killed her. Now sign this quietly." I couldn't believe what I had just heard. I wasn't able to record the entire conversation, but I managed to record Dan's confession about murdering Catherine. After a few more minutes of listening to their conversation, I left because my cell phone started vibrating and I couldn't risk getting found out. As soon as I left the office building, I gave a call back to the director and told him that I was finished with the story I needed. The next day, the story about Dan being the murderer, along with him being the chairman's brother, was shown live on our news channel. But it was soon followed by the news of another suicide that was of none other than Dan himself. I did not get his story this time, but I received a thank you letter from the chairman's wife, which said, "Thank you for your support and for helping my husband win this." I checked the envelope, and it had a check for $1 million in it. I smiled, thinking about how I edited out the part of the recording about Chairman Nathan's wife's involvement in Catherine's murder. She was the assistant director of the company, and when I was leaving the building that night, she caught me. Dan did not act on his own. Carla was the one who manipulated him into thinking that it would be better to kill her instead of letting Nathan have her. She made a pretty good deal with me. She told me if I would be able to dump it all on Dan, then she would give me enough money that would satisfy me. Well, it was my first job, and I needed the money, so I accepted her offer. I won't say I don't regret it. I do, sometimes, but not that much. It's because I know that she did it for love, and she would have gotten out of this by using her money anyway. So why would I feel guilty about something that has nothing to do with me? She won the war her husband was having with his brother. So as a result, she won her love back as well, and I got the money I needed. I would not call this fair. Instead, an unfair win-win situation.
This experience I'm going to describe has taken a while for me to get together and actually write down. It takes place in Yosemite National Park in August of 2017 with my two best friends, Zach and Andrew. Zach had worked that summer as a parking agent at Glacier Point and was pretty familiar with the area. His employee housing, he was given a house in Wawona with two other guys. Andrew and I were visiting for the week and had each been to Yosemite before. One of the nights there, we decided to watch the sun set over Chilnuwana Falls. It was a great hike that Zach had done before. The trail was about 4 miles to the top with about a 2,000-foot elevation gain. We brought food and decided to hike up and take a swim in each of the pools on top of the falls. We set out on a couple of hours before sunset. As we approached the top portion, we were about half a mile to the top of the falls where a guy, about our age, early 20s, ran up to us from bushes frantically asking for help. His friend had fallen 50 feet off of a cliff and had shattered his femur. Zach was used to this, and after working in the park all summer, he had seen many injuries and was used to it. The man didn't have cell reception, but I did, so I called 911 and reported the accident, requesting search and rescue. After a few minutes, we decided that we wanted to continue the hike after search and rescue assured us that they would be there soon with a helicopter. We told the guy that help was on its way, and we continued the next half mile up to the top of the falls. When we got up there, it was a picture-perfect scene, a beautiful sunset as we swam and ate. We then got an amazing show as we saw the helicopter land to pick up the injured guy that we had just encountered right below us. I'm a private pilot and Air Force aviator, so I loved every second of watching the helicopter land on the mountainside. After the sunset, we began the hike down and passed the spot with the injured guy, and search and rescue was taking care of him. We had a brief encounter with them. They thanked us for calling it in, and it was now dark out and we continued the hike down. There wasn't much moonlight and it was pretty dark, so we used our phones as flashlights to see the trail. And this is where the story gets interesting. The top of the hike was switchbacks with a steep incline on the right and a steep decline on the left with shrubs and trees. It was definitely too steep to hike down, hence the switchbacks. And about 1 mile into the hike, Zach was in front with a light and I was second, also shining my light, and Andrew was in the back. Zach was shining his light ahead and saw something sticking out from behind a tree that was about 15 feet ahead, just off to the right of the path, and instinctively shined his light on it. That's when whatever it was revealed itself from behind the tree and ran across the path, down to the left and down the steep grade. It ran on 2 feet and resembled some sort of humanoid figure. It was a little shorter than us and clearly had 2 arms and 2 legs, but it moved in an inhuman way. It vaguely resembled a person with a head and limbs, but appeared to be just skin, no clothes at all. All 3 of us saw it and we froze in our tracks. We continued shining the light where it had run, down the left side of the mountain, but we didn't see anything after it disappeared. We were absolutely terrified, none of us really knowing what to say because we had no idea what we had just witnessed. The worst part was that we still had another 3-mile hike ahead of us, plus another 1.5 miles from the trailhead to Zach's house, all while knowing that this creature could be stalking us close by. Luckily, we made it to his house, terrified and exhausted, but unharmed. Whatever it was must have been just as scared of us as we were of it. My question is, has anyone else had a similar experience in that area? I've done some research and my best guess would be a skinwalker, but it didn't try to lure us into the forest with it. We had another strange experience a couple of years later in Tioga Pass, right outside the Tioga gate of the park. We were camping in a closed campground in that area, and in the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the bathroom, and before exiting the tent, I saw an orb about 5 feet away, floating by with a bright light. I don't think it was a person because Zach, Andrew, and I all saw the orb, and there wasn't anyone around us. Our friend Jackson, who was also in the tent, told us that the next morning that he had felt rocks being thrown at the tent all night, along with hearing footsteps nearby. Has anyone else ever had these similar strange experiences? I'd love to hear them. We all know what we saw, and we know that it wasn't human.
The storm. On the morning of my first day working on a cruise ship, the excitement that had been building inside me for weeks reached its peak. I could hardly contain my enthusiasm as I made my way to the ship, my heart pounding with anticipation. The sight of the vast, sparkling ocean stretched out before me was like a dream come true, and I felt a sense of awe at the sheer grandeur of it all. I had worked tirelessly to get to this point, overcoming countless challenges and obstacles along the way, but now, as I stepped aboard the ship and took my surroundings, I knew that all that hard work had been worth it. The feeling of accomplishment was indescribable, and I felt a surge of pride at having achieved my lifelong dream. My love for water was something that I had developed purely on my own. None of my family members had ever worked in the maritime industry, and my grandpa even had a water phobia. However, I was different. I had always been fascinated with water. Watching documentaries and listening to people's stories about their experiences on the open sea only fueled my desire to explore the vast blue waters myself. As I stepped onto the ship, the salty scent of the ocean filled my nostrils. The sounds of the waves crashing against the hull was music to my ears. However, I started feeling seasickness as the ship went deeper into the water. It was probably because of the tuna sandwiches I ate before coming on board. Still, it wasn't that bad, and I knew it would go away after a while. Time passed quickly on the ship, and while not everyone was friendly, I managed to make a few friends who shared my love for water. On the 5th day, around 2 a.m., I was working in the bar area when the announcement came. A massive storm was approaching, and we were instructed to take shelter in our rooms. Everyone started to act immediately as panic erupted, and my heart pounded as I rushed back to my cabin. Violent waves buffeted the ship, and the sound of the wind howling outside was deafening. I prayed that the ship would be strong enough to weather this storm. My heart was beating uncontrollably as I watched the wind was cruel as it battered the ship, threatening to tear it apart. The waves were just as monstrous, rising and falling in a relentless assault that seemed capable of swallowing us whole. As the storm continued to rage on, the ship was tossed around like a mere toy in the hands of a giant. The sheer horror of this situation was palpable, as each one of us aboard trembled in fear. The sounds of things breaking and crashing could be heard with the storm's voice, a deafening roar that seemed to consume everything in its path. Amidst the chaos, there were faint screams of people coming from all sides, adding to the already terrifying atmosphere. As a staff member, I felt helpless and scared, unable to muster the courage to check on them. I know it was selfish of me, but I couldn't care less about others, knowing that my own life was at stake. I had been huddled in my room for hours, listening to the howling winds and crashing waves. Finally, the storm subsided, and I cautiously stepped out onto the hallway. The ship was in shambles. Broken furniture and personal belongings were strewn about, and the walls were scuffed and scratched. As I made my way to the upper deck, I saw that the damage was even worse outside. The deck was littered with debris. pieces of metal, shattered glass, people's vomit, and torn canvas. As I made my way through the wreckage, I noticed many injured people and a few casualties, including 3 of my new friends. It was a heart-wrenching sight that I'll never forget. After what felt like an eternity, help finally arrived, but it took more than an hour for the rescue team to reach us. They immediately started taking care of the injured and transporting them to a nearby coast. I remembered sitting in the corner of the deck when women and children were rescued first. It was a chaotic and emotional scene, with people crying and screaming for help. When it was finally my turn, everything felt still unreal, as if it was a nightmare. My heart was pounding so hard that it took me a moment to realize that I was being rescued. It almost felt like a miracle that I had survived the ordeal. Luckily, I was one of the ones who managed to escape with just a few bruises and scrapes, but the experience left me shaken to my core. As I sat on the rescue boat, I couldn't help but think about how lucky I was to be intact while many lost their loved ones. I'd always dreamed of working on a ship, but now I realized that life on the sea was not all sunsets and calm waters. We made our way back to shore, and I knew that my time on the ship was coming to an end. I had seen and experienced too much, and I knew that I could never go back to it. It was a bittersweet feeling. On the one hand, I was sad to leave behind my dream job and the friends I'd made. On the other hand, I was grateful to be alive. As I stood on the shore, watching the chaos unfold before me, ambulances rushed back and forth, sirens blaring. As they transported injured individuals to the nearest hospital, the once calm and inviting ocean now looked like a menacing force, unleashing its fury upon anyone who dared to enter its domain. At that moment, I realized that my life held far more value than any dream job ever could. I couldn't bear the thought of putting myself in harm's way just for the sake of a paycheck. Don't get me wrong, I still loved the water and all of its beauty, but the sight of the ocean's wrath instilled a sense of fear in me that couldn't be ignored.
From the ages of around 6 to 11, my family and I lived in a very rough neighborhood. One night it was just my mom, myself, and my 2 siblings at home. My dad used to drive truck for a living, which obviously meant that he was away an awful lot, meaning a lot of the time it was just our mom taking care of us. That night at around midnight, someone started ringing our apartment's buzzer. My mom woke up and went to the little intercom to ask who it was, and no one answered. She thought that maybe it was some kids playing ding-dong ditch or something juvenile like that, so instead of being scared, she was just annoyed as she went back to bed. But then about 30 minutes later, someone starts buzzing for a second time. Mom gets up again and peers through the side window to see if she can spot anyone out there, but she can't see a single living soul, and that's when she started to freak out. She goes back to the room and grabs my dad's gun, and then sits in the living room in the dark just waiting for someone to try and break in. After God knows how long, there was another buzz. This time, Mom said she very calmly explained that if they carried on harassing us, she was going to call the cops, and if they tried to break in, she would shoot them. Again, there was no response, so she went back to the window to see if she could spot anyone, and that time, she did. She said that there were 3 guys out there, faces covered, all looking up at the window, all looking right at her. Mom said she rushed to call the cops, all the while me and my 2 siblings were asleep in our bedroom. No one tried to break in right away, but my mom had to wait for an hour for the cops to finally show up, and when they did, they buzzed our buzzer, causing her to freak out one more time, thinking that the masked men were outside again. Thankfully, it was the cops, and she invited them up to do a quick look and around the outside of the apartment building to make sure no one was hanging around. After their search, they tell my mom that they had found a piece of barbed wire about 4 feet long next to the front door and asked if it belonged to my mom. She said that it wasn't hers and asked why. The cop then told her that there was a chance that it belonged to whoever was knocking at the door. Mom asked if they thought the people were planning on using it, and although they assured her that there was no way of knowing that, she's convinced to this day that they were planning on torturing us. However, what the cops did confirm is that she was very smart not to open the door to see who was there, otherwise it could have cost her life. They also said that they'd patrol the neighborhood until morning and do a thorough investigation once there was daylight. And later on that morning, once my siblings and I were at school, they called back to talk to her about something. They said that when they were searching around the house, they found footprints leading around to the back of the home, leading up to my bedroom window. You see, our apartment was on the second floor, so scarily accessible to anyone with a fairly long ladder. They also found nicks in the window sill where the person, or persons, were trying to pry open the window to break in, but failed. My mom always suspected that one of our neighbors had been involved, because he would always stare very creepily at my mom whenever they crossed paths. He also knew when my dad wasn't home, since he knows what vehicle he drives. Mom said that was the final straw of wanting to get the hell out of that place, and as soon as my dad came home, she gave him a very strong ultimatum: find us someplace else to live, or she was leaving him and taking us kids with her. And so within 6 months we were living somewhere else, and I celebrated my 12th birthday someplace where she actually felt safe, and not in a neighborhood where she felt like she needed to sleep with one eye open.
Hey guys, thanks so much for all the support. If you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please feel free to do so.
The town I lived in had always been surrounded by weird rumors. Whereas some of them were true, some were just a bunch of nonsense made up by the townsfolk. The one about the ghost with the dog head was the most bizarre among them all. I went there to live in the house I inherited from Granddad after losing my home in the city. The life of homelessness was something I never wanted to experience. That was why I went to the trouble of getting a job outside that town, which was about an hour's drive on each side. That night, as I entered the town while returning from work, the eerie silence of the place was deafening. It was the first time I had been this late from work, which was why I had no idea it would get so dark and scary at that time. As my eyes darted from left to right, I felt a strange sensation crippling over me. There was something weird and creepy about the silence. It hadn't been even midnight yet, so I wondered why there wasn't a single soul in sight, nor a human, nor an animal. There was nothing. The sound of my footsteps echoed through the surroundings as I walked. My heart was pounding in my chest, as I hoped to reach him soon. However, it felt as if it was taking forever. The town was relatively small, and usually it took me between 5 to 10 minutes to get to my house. That was why it was even more terrifying that even after walking for the past 15 minutes, I wasn't even halfway there yet. My terror mounted with every step and each passing second, which felt like an eternity at that point. I started doubting if I was too tired to take bigger steps. Probably I was so sleep deprived that I had started to hallucinate. I fought a rising panic as I tried to walk faster, but the only thing I was met with was a never-ending road. There was a left turn before I got to the street where I'd be able to see my house from afar, but it wasn't arriving. As I was trying my best to stay calm in that situation, I felt a fresh terror rearing up within me when I heard another set of footsteps behind me trying to match my rhythm. I wanted to know who it was, but I didn't dare to stop and turn around, for I was afraid of what or who I might come to face. I increased my speed, trying to shake the stalker off, but to no avail. The mysterious individual casually matched my speed and continued following me. This addition to unnerving events, on top of not being able to reach my home, was making me wild with sheer terror. At one point, I wanted to stop, turn, and just yell at the person to stop following me, but I'm a coward who had no courage to man up and tell the person off. When I couldn't take it anymore, I sped up and started running. The footsteps effortlessly kept up with my pace, no matter how fast I tried to run. Finally, I saw the turn, and after a few minutes, I was on the street where I could see my house. Just when I was outside my house and anxiously fumbled with my keys to unlock the door, I heard a terrifying whisper of a man behind me. "Stop." When I heard that voice, I had stopped whatever I was doing before I knew it. It felt like a command I couldn't resist. I tried to move my body, but for some reason I couldn't. A fear that almost unmanned me had taken hold of my entire being. My hands were cold and clammy as I struggled to move my body, only to fail. That was when I heard another whisper, "Turn around." Terror thundered down on me as my body started to move without my will. All my efforts to stop myself from doing that were in vain. An unexplainable horror coursed through my veins as my eyes met with two monstrous gleaming ones. Just as the rumors, the head of that man was not human, but a beast. My mouth was open to a silent scream before I felt my eyes rolling up and darkness spreading across my senses. Before I knew it, my entire body went numb and I blacked out. When I woke up, it was already morning and I was still on my porch. A bolt of panic hit me as I recalled the events from previous nights. My eyes scanned the area, but to my relief, there was no one there. I was able to move my body at will as well. However, I was terrified. I couldn't help the thought that the creature would return to me. I didn't know how and why, but I just knew he wanted to kill me. I didn't want to die. The scenes from last night repeatedly played like a horror movie inside my mind that I was unable to shake off. I knew I had to move away from this place, but I didn't know where to go. It wasn't like I had a house outside that town, nor did I have enough money to rent a place in a different town. I had to somehow survive while avoiding him till I saved enough money to move somewhere less haunting. The following few nights, I couldn't fall asleep without having a nightmare. I told my manager that I was sick and couldn't come for a few days, and since I never took any leave, they didn't object. After cowering in my house, I finally returned to work. However, I avoided being late for work, and even if I did, I would stay the night at a friend's house. Though I didn't encounter that being again, I'm still terrified and think that he's lurking around, waiting for an opportunity to pounce and kill me.
I believe it was the summer before I started high school. My mom's cleaning company was short a maid or two. She figured it made more sense to make me work for my money rather than just hand over a bit every time I asked. Maybe she thought it would teach me the value of $1. I'm not sure. Whatever her motivations, I was hired to cover the phones. This was a test to see if I could handle the workload. I must have passed because I was moved over to cleaning once the school year began. 5 days a week after school and all day Saturdays, I followed her and the other girls around town cleaning people's homes and offices. This routine continued for 4 years of high school and college. At the end of it all, I had a business degree and a 50% piece in the company. Another 10 years would pass, and as Mom would step further away from the day-to-day running of the operations, I would take on more responsibility. Until one day when she handed me her keys and wished me good luck. The business became mine, and with it, all its headaches and heartaches. I never completely stopped going out on jobs. The work kept me fit and in good standing with my clients. If I told you I enjoyed the actual job, I'd definitely be lying. However, by the time I left high school, I'd become almost disconnected from it. After 20 years of cleaning toilets and kitchens, I figured I'd seen it all and nothing could ever get to me. That was until the call for the Pearson job. The man who called sounded like a kind and amiable old man, if not a bit spacey. It took a moment or two for him to get to his point, and it sounded like a run-of-the-mill house cleaning gig. What I saw when I arrived sticks with me to this day. I was met at the door by the old gentleman and led to a bedroom. The acrid scent coming from the room punched me in the gut and caused me to retch. While fighting the urge, I balked at the horrifying image before me. It appeared as if a tub full of blood had been splattered all about the room. The bed was by far the worst, soaked in an almost purple-tinted goo. One wall appeared to have a vast spray of blood and gray matter coating it. The horror of it overtook me, and I ran across the hall into a bathroom and barfed up my lunch. It took a few minutes to compose myself. I stormed from the bathroom and confronted the man about what I had just seen. He hung his head for a moment, at first mumbling an apology, then looking up toward me, quietly allowing a tear to fall from the corner of his eye. "I'm sorry, young lady. I know it's an awful sight. I should have warned you, but I was afraid you'd turn around and leave. My grandson..." He took a long, ragged breath and began again. "My grandson took his life this morning. He did it in that room. I can't even bear to go in there. I know it must be shocking, a shocking sight to see, but I didn't know who else to call. My insurance won't pay for it, and the other company I called, the one the police gave me the card for, they wanted far more than I could afford. I knew my wife had used your company many years ago, and I liked it. I guess I hoped you could help me." I wasn't sure what to say. I felt horrible for this poor man, but this type of work was way beyond my ability, not to mention my comfort level. Crime scene cleanup companies made more because they had to deal with blood-borne diseases and pathogens and had the proper chemicals to dispose of bodily fluids properly. We continued to stare at one another, unsure of what to say. His eyes were now filled with tears. It was obvious what I had to do. I asked the gentleman for the cleaner's card. I spoke to them a moment and hung up. Before I could get the words out, I began to get choked up myself. I cleared my throat and began once more. "It's all taken care of, sir. Your family's been a good client in the past, and it's the least I could do." At that moment, I didn't actually remember the family, but it seemed an easy way to explain what I was doing. Although right that second I wasn't sure why I was doing it. "You don't have to worry about it. Consider it a thank you for the loyalty to our company." The old man's eyes lit up when I said this. His face was now one big, wet mess. "I don't know how to thank you, young lady. I didn't think there were kind people like yourself around anymore." He lunged upon me and wrapped me in a massive arms. I did the same, and we stood there for the next minute, locked in our mournful embrace. In an instant, we released one another, and I bid him goodbye.
"Where's your mom, Gracie?" I turned toward Father and looked at him with a disgusted look when he asked me this. "She's not my mom. She's just your girlfriend." He wasn't surprised by my response because he knew I never liked Carla. "She will soon be, because I'm going to ask her to marry me today." He pulled out a ring and said with a cringe-worthy smile. I walked out of the room because I did not want to argue with my father over that cheap woman. Father started dating this girl just after 4 years of my mother's death. It was like she had put some spell over him because he was head over heels with her. She was absolutely disgusting, and I hated her. Only I knew what she really was behind that nice face of hers, but I could never tell him that because I know he would never believe me even if I did, so it was no use to even think about it. It was my mother's anniversary the next day, and I was getting ready when she walked into my room with a big nasty smile on her face. Trust me, every time I see her, I feel like I should kill her right away. I have imagined different methods of killing her, but I won't do it because Father liked her. "Black suits you, dear." She came closer and caressed my cheek with the back of her hand. I immediately jumped away from her and shouted, "Don't touch me." She smirked by my response. "Why do you hate me, Grace? You know how much I love you, right?" She said with the same creepy and cringe smile. "Yes, Gracie, don't be so hard on your mom." Father walked in my room and said while kissing her, "Do any of you know how to knock?" I got frustrated by their public display of affection. I was ready to walk out of my room in frustration when Dad said there was something important he wanted to talk about. This year, Carla will be attending the ceremony as well. I turned my head in a jolt towards them. Why? You are talking about the ceremony of Mom's anniversary, right? So why must your mistress attend it? I said while gritting my teeth. But Father looked annoyed by what I said, and he started to scream at me that I should mind my manners and Carla is not his mistress, etc. I simply walked out of the room. I went directly to my mom's room. I locked it from inside just to be careful and started crying while sitting on her bed. There was a huge painting of Mom in the room. I was the one that made that for her birthday the year before she died. I started to bawl my eyes out because I was feeling so helpless at the moment that I could do nothing else except for cry. I remember the day Carla first came in our lives. I wasn't that much against her because I had seen my father being devastated by my mother's death for those past 4 years, and with Carla, he used to smile a little. I still did not like the fact that she is here to replace my mom, but I was ready to endure her for Father's sake. But one day when I was sleeping, I felt someone touching me. I jolted awake, but Carla covered my mouth with her hands. There was some dirt over you. I was just trying to clean it. She showed me her hands with a weird smile on her face. What are you doing in my room in the first place? I asked her. Well, come on, isn't a mother allowed to see her future daughter? And I did not like this response of her, and she was still smiling with that cringe-worthy smile. The touching started to get increasingly obvious. She would sometimes come inside my room when I was changing and would compliment my naked body. Sometimes she would get into the shower when I was already in there. Coming into my room without knocking became a habit of hers. I started to feel insecure and weird. At first, I thought it was just in my mind, but slowly, the things she did started to become transparent, as if she wanted me to know what she was up to. But obviously my father was so oblivious that he thought that she touching me is something she is doing to prove that she is worthy of being my mother, and that's what mothers do. Well, my mom did those things like cleaning me, brushing my hair, kissing my cheek, and it did not feel weird. There was motherly feeling behind it, but when Carla does these things, it definitely feels that she has ulterior motives. The other day, she barged in my room and borrowed my panties, saying she needs it, but she never returned those after that. Instead, she gave me a new set of red laced lingerie. I never wore them, nor am I going to wear them in the future. These things are nothing compared to what she does when she barged into my room in the middle of the night. I swear that I hate her so much that I am literally going to kill her unless I start to like her magically, which, by the way, is never going to happen. After crying my heart out, I went to the washroom and washed my face properly. I came out of the room and went to the hall where the ceremony was taking place. My blood was boiling watching Carla greeting guests like she was the woman of the house. During the entire event, I just tried to hide myself as much as possible from the prying eyes. After the event ended, Father came to me and said, "Listen, Gracie, I just got an urgent call from work, so I need to go on a 2-day business trip this evening. It's important, so try to get along with Carla and not to upset her in any way." He was looking at me with a serious and concerned look. I nodded, and he left. That night, I was suddenly awake in the middle of the night by the sensation of someone's tongue in my mouth. I tried to get up, but noticed my hands and legs were tied to each corner of the bed. I don't want to be your mom, Grace. You know, I never want to marry your father, but I have to if I can come closer to you that way, she said and started kissing me again. You are so sexy. I love you, Grace. She moaned in my ears while slipping her hand inside my pants.
This story happened when I was around elementary school age, so some of the details might be fuzzy, as this was a long time ago. I was in a hotel and happened to be completely alone. Here's some backstory as to why I was. Our TV was hooked up to an antenna, so the channels we got were repetitive and boring. It also meant we didn't get the Macy's Day Parade. So to solve this issue, we went to a hotel relatively close by to us. Unfortunately, my mum came down with a horrible illness a day or two before, so she couldn't join us. We also got our room upgraded to one with a balcony, and this is especially important because if the room wasn't upgraded, I don't think this would have ever happened. It occurred the day we were checking out, which was Thanksgiving. Our plan was to hang out the night before, wake up and watch the parade in the morning, then get home by the evening. It was around 8ish when the rest of my family, not including my mum, went out to run an errand that came up. I, being lazy and not wanting to get ready just yet, opted to stay at the hotel room. Before he left, my dad said to double lock the door and always check the peephole should someone strange ever show up. He even did a practice run before he left. Then in some weird twist of irony, someone started knocking on the door not even 5 minutes after they'd left. Doing what my dad had instructed, I checked the peephole. I was expecting to see my dad surprising me with another checkup, but the person I saw looked nothing like my dad. This is where my memory gets a bit fuzzy. I believe the man was very old, with grey hair that showed signs of balding. I specifically remember a small cardboard box that he was holding in his hands. I remembered thinking it was some sort of an illegal substance, even at my young age, and fear set in as I stood there, unsure of what to do. Then I remembered what my dad had said, if something like this ever happened. The man said, "Are your parents here?" "No," I said. "They're down in the lobby, but will be up soon." "Why are they down in the lobby?" he asked. At this point, I didn't know what to say, so I backed away from the door. In hindsight, I'm sure now that he'd known what my dad had told me, as it turned out that his room was right next to ours. I ended up FaceTiming my mom on my iPad, because I wasn't allowed a phone at the time. She contacted the rest of my family and said to get hotel staff on the line. I tried calling them, but they didn't pick up. Not wanting to annoy them, I didn't call again, which I know was stupid of me, but I was young and didn't know how to handle this. While all this was happening, the man began banging on my door with a new intensity and was yelling for me to let him in. Now with all of the shouting, I couldn't hear my mom, so I went out onto the balcony. But that spot didn't last. I soon went back over to the peephole to see what was going on, and there was what I believed to be a security guard trying to help the man get into my room. The weird thing is, the key he was using didn't work for my door, so there's no way it could have been a master key the staff had. Not to mention, this hotel didn't have security. It just had staff, and I don't remember him wearing a uniform. He was also gone by the time real staff got there. I walked back out onto the balcony and was freaking out at this point. That's when he went into his real room and began banging on the windows, screaming for me to let him in. Terrified, I ran into the bathroom and locked the door, and that's where my dad found me when he got back. The man's excuse was that his son, who was around 15 to 16, and his girlfriend, were supposed to be staying in our room. That was blatantly untrue and was just an excuse. I didn't look old enough to be in a relationship, and he should have known that since he'd seen me. If it wasn't for my dad telling me to check the door, I would have opened it to that stranger. And with the perfect timing of his arrival and his knowledge of a young girl being alone, I have reason to believe he was stalking us. Thankfully, I'll never know that outcome. We never did upgrade our antenna, but luckily live streams became a thing.
No movie will ever compare to the hell that I've gone through the last year. The ordeal seems like it's been one long waking nightmare. It all began normally enough. I just recently got out of a long-term relationship and wasn't looking for anything serious. I figured that I'd give Tinder a shot. It didn't take long for me to get a few matches. I chose the hottest one and we agreed to meet a week later. The date went so well that we decided to do it again, and this became a regular thing until the fourth date. It was beginning to look as if it may grow into something more in spite of my original intentions. As the fourth date wrapped up, I invited her back to my place for a drink. She agreed and things soon got hot and heavy, as they say. We were mere seconds away from taking things all the way when she broke down. I was confused. I'm not an aggressive partner and her behavior up to that point had been very receptive. I asked what was wrong and she said that she had been assaulted by a previous boyfriend. It had been several years and she thought that she had moved past it. I felt bad for her, yet still kind of frustrated, and she got up and dressed quickly. I'll admit it was, like I said, frustrating, but there was little I could do, and I understood where she was coming from. I called her an Uber and she left me with a difficult decision to make. After a long, sleepless night, I decided to just kind of end things there. Some of you reading this may call me cruel, but I couldn't really see another option. Things appeared to just be at an impasse, you know? I wasn't going to wait around until she determined that she was ready, and I sure wasn't going to pressure her into anything, obviously. I told myself that it was for the best. I'd never wanted to jump right into another relationship so quickly. That wouldn't benefit either of us, and I broke things off as kindly as I could. That night never came up. I stressed how I'd felt I'd rushed into things too quickly, and naturally she was a bit upset, but gave no indication of actually being angry. I wished her a happy future and just bid her a goodbye. And normally, that's where it would have ended. I took a month off from dating and Tinder and all that, and when I came back, I matched with a beautiful graduate student just looking to have a good time. This was more of what I was looking for. We met for drinks and hit it off. I went home happy with a spring in my step and a gleam in my eye, as they say. And maybe 2 days passed when I got a call from a neighbor. He informed me that there were leaflets posted all around our neighborhood, calling me an attempted predator. I thought this was his idea of some sick joke, and definitely not a good one. I laughed, but he assured me that this wasn't a laughing matter. I demanded proof, and a few minutes later he came to my door with a bright yellow piece of paper, and it claimed the following. On the night of Friday, November 19th, 2021, I was invited on a dinner date with Mr. My Name. After being plied with many glasses of wine, I was pressured into joining him at his home. Although I was clearly unable to consent, Mr. My Name attempted to coax me into his bed. When I refused his advances, he became enraged and threw me onto the street in the middle of the night. Please make sure all your female friends are made aware of the danger they may face by dating this manipulative monster. I can't begin to describe the anger that I felt in that moment. It was made worse when the neighbor asked me if it was true. Of course, it wasn't, but when someone asks that type of question, it's a good indication that they believe it. Rather than strangle him, I did my best to assure him it was not. And his reception was less than convincing, but I had more pressing problems at that second. I had to get all those flyers, or whatever you call them, before any more impressionable idiots saw them. I spent most of the day pulling them from light poles and bulletin boards all over town. I'm still not sure if I got them all, and I counted over 200 when all was said and done. Then, out of nowhere, I discovered that I had been banned from Tinder after someone filed a complaint against me. My life felt like it was spiraling out of control, and I was desperate to stop it any way I could. What came next was probably the biggest mistake I'd made during this entire ordeal. I worked myself into such a muddle I did the one thing I shouldn't have. I contacted her via text message to confront her. She promised to retract her claims if I agreed to meet her face to face, and I took the bait like a sucker and drove to her house. We sat down at her kitchen table where she explained how hurt she felt. I wasn't interested in hearing any of it, but I was willing to suffer to save my good name. While she did so, she kept a glass of wine close at hand. She had clearly been drinking even before I arrived. After an hour, everything appeared to be handled. As I prepared to leave, she began coming on to me, and I mean in a very obvious manner, and I almost gave in, but then I remembered our previous problem and I shut her down. She was not pleased. She hissed and walked off toward the kitchen. I figured that she was getting some more wine, and it seemed like a great time to sneak away. I was putting on my jacket when a crash came from the kitchen. I hurried in to see what the matter was and was met by a shrill screeching. She rushed towards me with the stem of a broken wine glass and stabbed me with it. She retracted the jagged stem from the wound and snarled like some freaking animal. I was in shock, and I froze for a brief moment, unsure of how to react. Then she lunged at me again, just missing, and I took off. She pursued me out to my car and pounded on it as I sped off, and I just drove straight to the hospital, calling 911 as I drove. I informed the dispatcher which hospital I could be found at if the police needed to speak to me, and sure enough, an officer arrived as I was being treated for my injury. Luckily for me, she hadn't hit any major arteries or organs or anything like that, and the cop let me know that my assailant had been arrested, but what came next was a complete surprise. I was shocked to learn that she had a previous conviction for stalking and assault, and I surmised that it was a similar situation. Monday came around, and despite what I had hoped, my attacker was given bail. She paid and was out in time for dinner. I was furious and gave the assistant DA a piece of my mind, and while I waited for the trial day to arrive, I remained in a constant state of fear. I could swear that I saw her once or twice over that period, but I was in such a frazzled state that it was possibly my imagination. She became all I thought about. My work suffered. Even in my dreams, she often took center stage. She refused several plea deals and insisted the jury would acquit her. I know it was all a stall tactic, and she was assembling all the elements that she would need to what I thought would be to disappear. And the first rumblings began during jury selection. She had not been present for the procedure. Although she wasn't required to be, it didn't bode well. Then when the trial began in earnest, her lawyer was finally forced to admit that he had lost contact with his client several weeks prior. Now today is October 28th as I write this, and she's been missing almost 2 months. I sit around wondering what my future may hold. Hopefully she's done the wise thing and is currently laying low halfway around the world, or something. On the surface that appears to be the case, yet for some reason I'm not totally convinced. My former love interest is a highly successful and intelligent woman. It's largely what drew her to me from the beginning. I have a creeping suspicion that she may be focusing her vast resources into getting back at me. Whatever form that may take, I'm not really sure. Naturally, I fear she'll go to the conventional route and just end my life, likely by her own hand, maybe another stabbing. However, she is more than capable to go even further and extend my suffering indefinitely. And this is why I'm going to all the trouble to post my side of the story. I'm well aware I probably come off as a jerk in some circumstances, but I don't care. I just want a record of the truth to be available publicly should I disappear. My lawyer also has a copy in case I'm no longer around to testify on my own behalf. It's doubtless that law enforcement will eventually catch up with her at some point. I'm concerned it will be too late for me, though. So if you learn of the death or a disappearance of some unknown New York State attorney through the media, please remember what you read here.
The haunting of the Westminster Hotel is one of the most weird and intricate, and at the same time, saddening horror story that I have heard about. It was 1920, and as the First World War came to an end and a lot of rich people were sending their children to prime colleges to get them the best education, and the elites, even though they had the upper hand during the war, and even after it while everyone else suffered. They were much more sadistic and entitled than everyone else, even though they had everything they could. During the period of 1920 and 1924, the Westminster Hostel faced the horrible bullying case of one Jack Delphi. He was a student, a new student, that had recently moved all the way from France. He was raised by a single mother, and much of her influence was rubbed on Jack, and her mother wanted Jack to have a different, rather much manlier experience. So she transferred her to the Westminster Hotel, the hotel that was known for its rigorous and manlier training schedules. It was a place to turn the boys into men, and Jack's mother thought it was the positive change that her boy probably needed, and wrongfully, she came to regret her decision. The first week for Jack was easy settling, and it seemed as if he would be easy to mingle in with the boys, as everyone seemed to be of same societal stature, so there were no complexes to worry about. As Jack settled in, he found his friendship with Thomas quite useful, and they got very close during their stay in the hotel. And then one night when Jack and Thomas were alone in the hostel, they both opened up their sexuality and kissed. The boys spent the night together, and Jack was happy that he met Thomas, and they became friends and were able to share their feelings and thoughts. And then next day, Jack woke up to his worst day. He saw that Thomas was gone. Moreover, everyone in the hostel was eyeing him and laughing. He had no idea as to what was going on until one of the most senior boys came in, held him by his throat, and threatened his life, and asked him if he was a little faggot boy. At first, Jack ignored it, but then he said that Thomas had told them everything, that Jack tried to kiss him. Thomas, trying to save himself from any doubts, threw Jack under the bus. Jack refused to admit the accusations. It wasn't until the afternoon assembly when Jack was confronted by the bullies, who wanted him to admit he was gay, but he didn't, so they beat him instead and went away. Come the night, everyone surrounded his bed, and as he did, the biggest bully of them all came closer to him and asked if he was gay, and that if he admits it, he will be left with. So he did it, and he admitted that he was. Everybody just went away as the bully eyed everyone else to leave him alone. It was around 2 in the night when Jack got up to visit the bathroom. There, he was confronted by Dan, the biggest bully in the school. He grabbed Jack by the throat and pinned him to the wall while Andrew, another bully, pushed him to the bathroom floor as they muffled his voice with a piece of cloth, and they took turns violating Jack, as Jack was horrified and in tears. They left as soon as they were done, and Jack just stood there in shock and in pain. Next morning, when everyone woke up, they found Jack hanging to the fan above his bed. It was an apparent suicide, and it was concluded that the reason for suicide was homosexuality, and Thomas was blamed for it. The hostel went on going without a conscience, and it kept it relevant through all the evil that it was harboring. It was clear that Jack was a victim, but seeing that homosexuality was perceived a crime back then, no one really cared enough. And about a month later is when the haunting in the Westminster Hotel started, when a student claimed that they seen Jack. The certainty to the claims were confirmed when Thomas, Andrew, and Dan were brutally killed in bizarre accidents. Some say that it was just a crazy coincidence, while some claim that it was in fact Jack taking revenge from people who were responsible for his death.
From 1998 to 2001, I lived in a small craftsman-style home in Laurel Mountains, not too far from Frank Lloyd Wright's Falling Water. The home had a twin next door that was built at the same time, but by the time we bought our place, the one next door had been remodeled and expanded so extensively that it was unrecognizable. The story goes that the property belonged to 2 brothers, and the brother whose house ended up getting a makeover had 2 sons. But here's the fishy part, which I personally don't buy. Our neighbor in the other house told us that the 2 boys were werewolves. I didn't know this part of the story until my husband told me later on, after we both had experienced some strange things, which I will elaborate in a moment. When he told my husband about this, he invited him in for a tour of his home. And during the tour, he pulled back the carpet to show my husband a stone pentagram, which was built into the slate of the foyer and the floor. Another fact that was not related to me until later. A month or so passed and we got a really sweet rescue dog, a Sheltie, and she was perfectly friendly, normal, and protective over my 7-year-old daughter. But over the following months, she started doing some strange things. I get up in the middle of the night to find her growling down the stairs at something. And during the day, as I was watching TV or something in my studio, I'm an artist, she would stand between me and the door to the dining room and growl for an inordinate amount of time. Over the months, she began to get a little unpredictable too. She would wet on the carpet, which she had never done up to that point, and eventually she would bite me. By that point, I was pregnant and scared to have a biting dog around a baby, so I took her to the ASPCA. During my pregnancy, I started sleeping in another room away from my husband as he snored like a freight train, and it was hard enough to get rest being big and pregnant. When one night, I woke to something crawling up from the foot end of the bed and over my feet and legs. I couldn't see anything now and was so terrified that I couldn't even scream. I was able to put a hand up and grab the headboard. This was an old, rickety double bed that my mother-in-law had given us for our spare room and slammed it against the wall repeatedly. With that noise, I was finally able to scream, and whatever was on my legs disappeared. I ran to the hall to find my husband running to meet me and asking me what had happened, and I didn't know what to say. That winter, a few months after the baby was born, I was sleeping in the room with the baby who was in his crib, and my mother was visiting. We'd all be enjoying an evening in front of the fireplace, and the whole house was warm and toasty. When we went to the bed late at night, probably around midnight, I woke at 2 a.m. to the baby screaming, and when I tried to get up, I was so ice cold, I could barely move. My mom and husband heard the baby screaming and came into the room to see what was wrong. Then my husband said, "Why the hell is it so cold in here?" The door was open the whole time, by the way. So my mom took the baby out of the room and my husband helped me out to the hallway beyond the open door, and the rest of the house was still toasty warm. Thank God we ended up moving out the following summer. But before we had, my husband said he'd spoken to the neighbor about our experiences, and he said, "Oh yeah, the 2 werewolf boys' father had killed them, and then himself, and the boys' ghosts roam the 2 properties."
Around a year ago in May 2020, my parents were going on their annual trip to Florida with my 3 brothers for the week, and my mother asked me if I could go by their house and feed the family dogs, or stay and house sit. So being the daughter I am, I told my mother I would just stay at their house to save on gas. Throughout my stay, at night I would bring the 2 dogs inside to feel safer, since my parents live on a somewhat back road, and also the house is surrounded by trees, and there is a thick tree line separating their house from the 2 neighbours. Well, one night I had called my best friend Bailey to come over and stay the night with me. We were going to do what 2 middle-aged 20-year-old females do: play video games, watch movies, TikToks, and drink a little. Now around 3 to 4 a.m, Bailey and I were in the kitchen making homemade funnel cakes, like the fat asses we are, and the dogs kept moving around and staring at the glass kitchen porch door. I asked Bailey to let them out so they could chill, and we would have enough leg room while we were cooking. So while we were eating our funnel cakes, we came across a TikTok about making homemade temporary tattoos with a printed picture and perfume. Now keep in mind my parents have about 3.8 acres of land, so there is the family house, my father's 2-door garage workshop, and a large pole barn. Those last 2 buildings are further out near the tree line. So Bailey and I walked down to the workshop to go into my parents' work office. I punched in the code to the garage door, and we went inside and straight to the computer to print out a picture of Kylo Ren to try and make it into a temporary tattoo for each other. Now, just a little side note. My parents have security cameras all around their property, and inside the office is a television above the desk, showing all the live footage from the cameras. So while I was cutting out the tattoo for Bailey, she piped up and said, "What is that?" I stopped cutting and looked up at the cameras. At first I didn't see anything, except for a small figure in front of the pole barn, and it looked like it was sniffing at the garage door. I shrugged it off and told her it was probably one of the many stray dogs that roamed around the area. But Bailey nudged my arm quickly after I'd said that, and pointed to the screen again. Wanting to prove to her it was just a stray dog, I stood up and looked closer to the screen. But when I did, I saw something that didn't look like one of the small dogs. The creature was hunched over on all fours, and its arms were super thin and long, but pointing outwards from its chest. Kind of like how you'd imagine that bitch from The Exorcism to be when she crawled on all fours. It had no fur, and its skin looked tight on its body. My inner white bitch went to open the door to look at it, but Bailey stopped me just as I grabbed the lock on the door. Looking back at the screen at the creature, it looked like it was scratching at the door of the pole barn. I immediately said, "What the hell is that?" And the creature turned its head straight towards the camera, like it was a scene from The Office. When its head turned, I couldn't make out clear facial features, but it looked like it had a human head with two big glowing eyes. Bailey and I screamed, and it bolted, and I mean bolted off the screen. Clearly freaked out, Bailey and I hugged each other to feel safe. Then something smashed against the garage door, not once, but twice, like how it sounds when someone smacks the garage door from the outside with their hand. I called my grandmother and told her we thought we'd seen something, and asked her to stay on the phone with us until we'd run into the house. Once we got there, we brought the dogs in, locked every single door and took shots of Crown until we fell asleep. Talking about it now, I think it was a Wendigo, but Bailey thinks it was a skinwalker. We live in Georgia, and I didn't think they were near here. Can anyone help?
In South Korea, national election days are made public holidays so that citizens get a chance to go out and vote. March 26th of 1991 was a holiday for that exact reason. And given that schools are closed on national holidays, a group of young South Korean schoolboys were out making the most of their day off of school. The 5 boys were from Daosa district of Daegu and attended the same elementary school, and although they varied in age from 9 years old to 13, they were all the very best of friends. They were 13-year-old Yoo Cha-won, 12-year-old Jo Ho-yeon, 11-year-old Kim Yong-yu, 10-year-old Park Chan-in, and 9-year-old Kim Jong-sik. On that particular day, the boys decided to spend the day searching for salamander eggs in the streams of Mount Waryeong on the western outskirts of Daegu. A 6th child, 10-year-old Kim Tae-yong, left the group to go home and eat, having missed breakfast that morning. But the next day, the boy discovered that his parents seemed particularly interested in where he'd last seen his friends. The boy was honest and mentioned that they'd been hunting eggs at a certain section of stream, but the answer didn't seem to satisfy. And as much as his parents were trying to protect him from it, it slowly became apparent that something had happened to his friends, something very bad indeed. In fact, none of his 5 friends had returned home that day, and their disappearance sparked a case that would haunt the South Korean national consciousness for years. The story made national headlines. Entire news programs were dedicated to sharing information surrounding the boys' disappearance, and South Korean President Roh Tae-woo sent over 300,000 police and military troops to search for the boys. They searched reservoirs, irrigation waterways, bus terminals, and stations nationwide. The fact that the boys were looking for salamander eggs was soon disregarded, as rumor and conjecture replaced salamanders with frogs. Soon the boys were looking for frog eggs. Therefore, in the national consciousness, they became the Frog Boys. Many of the Frog Boys' parents even quit their jobs to search for their children full-time, with the area they disappeared, Mount Waryoung, being intensively searched more than 500 times. A series of companies and civic groups made monetary donations totaling 42 million won, or $35,000, as a reward to those who found the boys. But in the years that followed, no one was ever able to lay claim to the reward. With a total lack of evidence or clues regarding the boys' whereabouts, Korean media outlets began to make grim speculations as to the boys' fate. Some journalists at Korea's Junang Daily News made incredibly spurious and irresponsible claims that the boys had been kidnapped by a mentally ill person, despite the fact that there was absolutely nothing to back this claim up. Police would receive hundreds of tips over the years that followed, but none would yield any significant results. The only truly intriguing tip was from a man who claimed to be responsible for the crime. This sick individual claimed to have abducted the children and was keeping them barely alive as prisoners in some unknown location. He chillingly declared that they were alive, but not well. Not much else is known about the fraudulent tipster, but he too was ruled out of the investigation as it became clear that he was only interested in conning the police and the boys' parents out of the 42 million won reward. It took 11 years for any developments in the case, but eventually, in September of 2002, a man searching for acorns in Mount Waryoung came across a horrifying sight. In an anonymous phone call to emergency services, the man reported that he'd stumbled across the bodies of 5 dead and decaying children. When police showed up to close off the crime scene, it was confirmed shortly after that the bodies belonged to those 5 missing schoolboys that had gone missing all those years ago. At first, investigators speculated that the boys had gotten lost before dying of hypothermia during the night. But the boys' parents completely rejected the idea, claiming their boys knew the area well enough to find their way home under any circumstances. They demanded a full inquiry into their sons' deaths, with particular focus on why some of the boys' clothes seemed to have been tied into knots. What's more, the boys were just a few minutes' walk from a village they knew well, so to their parents, it was clear that some kind of foul play was at work. Lo and behold, forensic experts later found the skulls of 3 of the boys had been fractured by blunt force trauma, possibly inflicted by a small metal tool. This led homicide detectives to conclude that they had been murdered by someone who, according to them, had flown into a rage. But what could have the boys done to incur such wrath? Multiple theories have cropped up over the years, some more plausible than others. One of the more likely explanations is that the boys were killed by older bullies who, upon realizing just what they'd done, fled the area and never spoke of it again. There was also a military firing range just a mile or so away from where the bodies were found, suggesting they could have possibly been hit by a stray round. However, given that the day they vanished was a national holiday, it seems unlikely that any kind of formal shooting practice would have taken place that day. Other more terrifying theories include the idea that the boys had been killed by a group of local lepers, who then extracted their livers under the assumption that consuming them would cure or otherwise alleviate the symptoms of their crippling disease. We can speculate all we want, but the fact remains that the cause of death remains a complete mystery, making the case of the murdered Frog Boys one of the most notorious cold cases in South Korean history. We can only hope that sometime soon, developments in forensic and other investigative technologies reaches a point where we can finally deliver justice to the monster who killed those boys, then covered it up.
After high school many years ago, I was in a bad place. My guardian had kicked me out after graduation. She didn't help me find a place to stay, so I lived in my car for a couple of months. I met some heavy metal dudes at work one day. I'd seen them around town, and all my other friends knew who they were. Everyone loved them. We became friends over a couple months, and they offered for me to move in with him. I agreed. Looking back now, I wish I had just stayed in my car. My two main roommates were brothers named Andrew and Seth. They were in a band. They also believed in the occult and anything of that sort. I never really believed in that stuff, but I'm not one to tell someone what they should believe. They had let me live with them rent-free for several months, so who was I to complain? Being the only female in a house full of young men, I was always looking over my shoulder. You never know who you can trust, and turns out, I was right to worry. Over time, their friends started to stay with us for longer periods of time, sometimes weeks. Their friends were another group of brothers that they had gone to school with. There were 5 brothers in total, but only 2 stayed with us consistently. The younger brother Mark was very polite. He cleaned up after himself and always helped with the household chores. The other brother Adam had a laundry list of mental problems. He had apparently done some bad drugs back in the day, and he had developed into what seemed like psychosis of the religious sort. He had done time in prison for assaulting a woman with the Bible. He would often look you in the eye and tell you he could see how you would die. Once, he told me that I was possessed by a demon and I needed my soul cleansed. Everyone in the house knew he had these problems, but he was their friend. They helped him through the hard times and gave him a place to stay. Otherwise, he would be on the streets. I was always on guard around him after the things he told me. No one else seemed to be as concerned as I was. They should have been. One day I was sleeping, and my phone rang. I was my boss. He asked if I could come and work an hour early. It was only 12 p.m. I was broke and had nothing better to do. So I said yes. I got up and began getting ready to leave. I walked out into the living room to see Mark and Andrew sitting on the couch, while Adam sat on the floor by the TV. He was watching scripture videos on YouTube, some real end-of-day stuff. That was fairly common. So I went about my business. I said goodbye and left for work. My shift at work was almost complete when the phone rang. My boss answered, handed the phone to me and said, "It's for you." I was just a cashier, so I assumed it was a friend that couldn't reach me on my phone. I answered the phone and heard a man's voice that I didn't recognize. "Hi, this is Detective Williams. Something happened at your apartment today, and we need you to come into the station to talk to you about it." I left work immediately. I had assumed one of the brothers had been arrested for drug dealing or something. I was very wrong. I got to the station and was buzzed in. An officer escorted me to a small, cold room with a camera. He gave me a bottle of water and left me by myself for about 30 minutes. My mind was racing about what could have happened. He came back and informed me that Adam had stabbed and killed Andrew at around 1 p.m. I was shocked. I had just left the house an hour before it happened, and everything seemed fine. I asked if there had been a fight. The detective informed me that there hadn't been a fight, and it seemed to have happened out of nowhere. I gave my statement to the police and left with nowhere to go. Still in shock and confused and in my mind. Our apartment was a crime scene, so I went to another friend's house to watch the news report since the police wouldn't give me any information in the case. Over the next couple of days, the information began to be released. Adam hadn't just stabbed Andrew once, not twice, but he had stabbed him over and over and nearly decapitated him. After the murder, he ran down the road, still holding the murder weapon. He called 911 and informed them what he had done. I watched the news report in horror. We had known he was unstable, but this had fully confessed to the brutal murder and provided police with his notebooks. He had apparently planned to murder all of his brothers, my roommates, and me. He thought we were possessed by demons, and this was the only way to free us. Luckily, none of his other intended victims were there that day. Mark unfortunately witnessed the murder, but he was lucky escaped. If I hadn't gotten that call from my boss, I wouldn't be alive today. No, I want to go hiking, Derek insisted. Just shut up and pack your swimsuits, Gabriella responded in annoyance. But Mom, we will be going there by bus. Isn't it better to go on a hiking trip this year? He said while trying to convince her. You know why we do this every year, right? She looked at him and asked while hoping he would stop being unreasonable. Why should we do this? It's the dad who killed her. Derek mumbled in a frustrated tone, which Gabriella and me both heard. Derek, if you cannot go with us, then you won't go anywhere. Go to your room right now, she scolded while smacking him on his back, and he stomped upstairs in response. Don't be harsh on him, honey. I think I'll go there by myself this year, I said with a defeated tone who was watching the entire time. No, you know we'll be together to support you, no matter what, right? She came closer and wrapped her arms around my neck while saying this. I nodded. Around 8 years ago, I used to live in an old house that my grandma left for me near the beach. The house was pretty old, and it needed regular maintenance, so I was doing just that. One day, I woke up in the middle of the night and I could not sleep after that, so I decided to take a walk and get some fresh air. I drank some water, grabbed my jacket, and went outside the house. As I was walking, I went near the beach. That was when I noticed a girl wearing a white dress was sitting on the opposite side of the beach. I could not see her face. All I could notice was her long black hair, along with the white dress that she was wearing. Water was washing off her feet and half of her body seemed wet. I thought, she may be depressed or something, and that must be the reason for her being here at this hour. So I did not think much of it at the time and went back to walking for a few minutes. The next day, I called my fiancée Gabriella and talked with her for hours. Gabriella and I were dating for almost 5 years now, and I had recently proposed to her. She was also pregnant with my child at the time, and I was in love with her more than ever. After talking to her for about an hour or so, I got ready for work and headed out. As I was passing through the beach, the scene from last night flashed through my mind. The same night I was drinking alone around midnight when I saw from the entrance that the same girl walked toward the same spot that she was sitting last night when she sat there. Maybe she just recently went through a breakup or something. That's what I thought then. As I was drinking, I stared at her, who was just sitting still, staring at the ocean for hours. But I soon got tired and started feeling sleepy, so I went to my bed. I continued my routine as always, and after waking up, I first texted Gabrielle good morning, took a shower after that, and got ready for work. I went down to the kitchen while dialing her number and started making eggs. "Morning, honey. What are you up to?" she said as soon as she answered the phone. "Missing my love in my arms," I said playfully, and she chuckled in response. After that, I talked to her while making and then eating breakfast. I told her about the girl in the white dress that I kept seeing for the last 2 days. "Be careful, she might be a lost spirit or something," she said in a serious tone, which made me pause for a few seconds, but then she burst into laughter. "You scared me," I said, taking a deep sigh of relief. "Don't worry, maybe she's going through something. Just don't pay much attention. And if you're curious, just ask her if anything is troubling the girl," she said in a chill tone. "No thanks, I don't want to approach a possible ghost," I said, and we both started to laugh. After that, I kept noticing for a few days her sitting there and staring at the ocean, while the waves wash off at her feet, making her half-body wet in the process. From her appearance, she seemed in her early 20s, but I could never see her face. One day when I was talking to my fiance, she asked, "It's been almost a month. Is she still doing that?" I told her that she was, so she said that maybe the girl needed help and suggested I offer help. I was thinking the same for the past couple of days, so I agreed. Later that night when I saw the girl sitting there, I walked closer to her and stood behind her. I called out for her, but she did not respond. I walked a bit more closely and asked if everything was okay. She turned her head toward me. Her lips looked chapped and there were huge dark circles under her eyes. It made me scared for a few seconds. Then I shook my head and asked again if she needed any help. She kept staring at me without saying anything. I thought it was a waste of time and turned to leave. That was when someone grabbed my legs all of a sudden and started pulling me into the water. I turned and saw that it was her. She had a completely blank expression on her face, as if she did not have any emotion at all, which scared me even more. At this point, I was sure that this was no human, but a ghost, because as she grabbed my legs, I could feel her long nails piercing into my skin. I kicked with all my might and tried to run, but she again grabbed me into the water. But I was so terrified that as a protective response, I strangled her and left her in the water. After that, I ran, panting, in my house and called Gabriella to tell her everything that happened. She asked me to calm down, saying if it's really a ghost, I did not kill an actual person. The next day, I saw many people and police officers gathered around near the beach. As I was panicking, someone rang the doorbell. I opened it hesitantly and saw that it was Gabriella at the door. I started crying, and she just held me while telling me that everything would be okay. I went ahead and confessed everything to the police officers about what happened that night. They told me that the girl's name was Sarah, and the reason she may have done that was that she had a mental condition along with severe trauma for men. Sarah was harassed and physically abused by her uncle and his sons from a very young age until she was rescued by a women's organization. But as a result, she developed a mental condition. I was sentenced to jail, but they released me early since what I did was due to self-defense. I was released from prison 2 years ago, and ever since then, I went to the beach every year to put flowers on the grave of the person I killed. "How about we go hiking next week?" I entered Derek's room and said. His face lit up, but then suddenly, he looked at me with an apologetic reaction. "Sorry, Dad, for saying rude things earlier." I smiled and hugged him. After that, we took our stuff and headed out. I kissed her while looking at her with extreme love in my eyes. As we were heading to the beach, I was thinking that I was thankful to Gabriella for waiting for me and always standing beside me. No one knew where it came from. We all went to sleep the night before, and it was there the next morning. Not even the owners of the house on both sides had a clue how it got there. Neither homeowner ever heard as much as the hiss of air brakes. During the whole of that night, the only real indication of how it arrived was the trailer was sitting upon. I was still relatively young at the time, around 13, but the subject was a hot topic around the neighborhood, and every person I spoke to, whether a kid or an adult, was eager to talk about it. Our neighborhood was somewhere new and off by itself, and it wasn't out of the ordinary for folks to dump things out there. Dogs and cats were the most common, but 1 or 2 cars would turn up every year. A house, though, no one ever seen that or expected it. The days passed, but no information could be gotten from anywhere. Soon, it began to take on a spooky and haunted reputation, along with its phantom like a rival in the dark of the night. It did look a little familiar to that house from Psycho. The stories first reached me while I was talking to a friend's younger brother. Among the grade school kids, the house was becoming a very real symbol of fear, although it was just an old, empty house to me. This fear didn't prevent some of the more adventurous of them just entering and exploring it. I witnessed a particularly funny episode just by chance. While loafing aimlessly around the streets, I was passing by in time to see a preteen boy running from the house in terror, claiming that something had grabbed him. Whether his imagination had gotten the best of him, or an older kid was having a bit of fun, the horror put upon this abandoned house had fully taken root in the neighborhood. While this was going on, a real boogeyman had been forgotten about. I'll not put his actual name here, not because of privacy, but that of the victims. We'll call him Rudy. Rudy had grown up in the neighborhood, and until he was arrested, was well liked by a lot of the parents, had voiced their fears early on because of his habit of hanging around younger boys. When he was released from jail, he was allowed to move in with his folks. Anyone who wasn't aware of his proclivities beforehand knew now every parent in the neighborhood watched him closely. But when the ghost house popped up, people's focus is shifted. A few of us teenagers were riding our bikes around the neighborhood. The father of a boy we'll call Bill was looking for a son. I overheard him speaking to a young kid close by, asking if he had seen him. Nonchalantly, the boy said that he had seen Bill going into that ghost house with Rudy just a few minutes prior. And this got my full attention. The shock of the father's face is still crystal clear in my mind. I turned around and watched the father run full speed into the house. Most of us there stood transfixed as we saw Bill's dad disappear inside. Things were quiet for about the first 30 seconds. Then, all of a sudden, a loud ruckus broke out, followed by Rudy flying out of the doorway and onto the ground below. Billy's dad was close behind. He leapt onto Rudy, throwing fists as he landed. Bill came out a few seconds later crying for his dad to stop. His dad ignored him, standing up and kicking Rudy to the ground over and over. Rudy eventually got to his feet and ran for home. Billy and his dad were right behind him. I continued to watch until they disappeared from my sight. Billy and Rudy would both claim later on that nothing had happened between them. Either way, Billy's dad had the support of most of the community, and Rudy declined to press charges on him. Rudy would eventually move away and out of the minds of most of us, until he was arrested 3 years later for abducting and killing 2 boys near his new home. Only then did we realize how lucky Bill had been. That night, as I'd fallen asleep, I remember wondering what was going to happen to Rudy and Bill's dad. When I woke up, things were normal for a summer morning. Around 9, I was making a bowl of cereal when I got a phone call. It was a friend of mine, and he was short of breath and excited. The ghost house. It's gone, man. I hung up and hopped on my bike. When I arrived at the end of the streets, I looked down and saw the empty lot as it used to be. I rode down to it, and a small group were gathering talking to the neighbors. It was much the same as the morning when it appeared. They hadn't heard or seen anything strange. It seemed to leave just as silently as it had arrived. To this day, I haven't met a soul who knows anything about that house. Sometimes I think I dreamt the whole thing up. But then I speak to an old friend from the neighborhood, and my memories are confirmed. Of course, I don't believe it was haunted or anything like that, but I know for sure that something was wrong about it. And I pray that I never see it again.
any of you given that Bumble app a go? I know it seems massively counterintuitive to download an app which requires the girl to make the first move when they're notoriously not the ones to make the first move, but I can assure you, it's definitely worth it. But at the same time, I think the single worst thing that happened to me in 2020 took place just as a result of a Bumble date. So, it all started when I matched with a Welsh girl named Lima. After a day or two of talking, we agreed to meet at a little cafe for a few coffees. We hit it off talking about this and that, and before you know it, we're chatting like we'd known each other for years. 1 hour turned to 2, 2 to 3, and still neither of us was ready to call time on the date. Neither of us drank alcohol that evening, her for religious reasons, me because I'm something of a fitness freak. But while she was drinking mocktails, I was on the coffee and I was on it big time. There came a point where I needed a wee so badly that I was practically doing the entire river dance routine waiting for the one-person toilet to become available. This happens every half an hour without fail almost all night. I have to interrupt her, apologize, and leg it off to the little bathroom to relieve myself. I felt like an absolute idiot having to nip off to the lab so often, but every time I emerged, she'd look up and smile, waving away my apologies with some light mockery of how I have the bladder of a 4-year-old. But one time, I emerged from the toilets to see that she's no longer sitting alone, and that someone is sitting in my seat. At first, I thought she just bumped into a guy she knew. She certainly looked quite comfortable talking to him, but it turned out to be the complete opposite. I walked up behind him, playfully put my hands on his shoulders and say, "I think you might be in my seat there, mate." It wasn't confrontational or aggressive, just pure banter. I expected the guy to jump up, maybe warmly apologize, maybe give a little introduction, something like that. But he didn't. He looked back at me with this look on his face that said, "Get your effing hands off of me." And as he's staring up at me, Lima shoots me this look as if to say, "Help." Only then am I like, "Wait, do you two know each other?" Turns out this bloke had been sitting alone enjoying some food and wine and had been making eyes at Lima every so often. Then, when I'd gone off for a wee, he'd taken his opportunity, sat in my seat, and began to, as Lima put it, flirt so outrageously forward that I thought I was going to puke up my nojito. Now, I actually had to ask this guy to leave us alone before he got up and finally gave me my chair back, but not before he tried to stare me out. I had a few inches on him, that's in height, you oversized children, and I could tell he didn't put half the gym time in that I did, so it's not like I was in the least bit intimidated. It just seemed like he was trying really, really hard to be some comic book idea of what women want, and it was honestly a little bit pathetic. He looked completely and utterly harmless, like a chocolate pistol. He looks like he'd melt at the first sign of trouble. But as I found out later that night, looks can be dangerously deceiving. So, after the little confrontation at the table, Lima and I laugh it off, then carry on with our night. Now Lima can see over my shoulder and therefore also see the creepy guy, but all I can see in front of me is her and one of the cafe's walls, so I have to rely on her to let me know if the guy is still there. I honestly expected him to just leave after such a confrontation. Everyone in the cafe was watching. It was pretty mortifying, but he didn't. He stayed put and continued to make eyes at Lima, which, to her credit, she just ignored. But then when it came to me walking her home, he gets up and pays his bill too. Then yup, you guessed it. I look over my shoulder and as we're passing through Chinatown, and guess who I see? Tiny Mr. Stareout, still keeping up the intimidation game by staring out from under his brow, obviously too drunk to realize he looked far more comical than scary. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't exactly scared at that point, but we were being followed. It made for something of a tense situation, but nothing I thought I couldn't handle. As we approached her apartment block, I asked Lima if she was comfortable going inside while the guy could see where she lived. She admitted to being uncomfortable about it, but the block had like 50 to 60 flats in it, and unless he got in the door behind her, there was little chance of him working out which unit she lived in. But as it turned out, Lena was way more concerned about me and actually invited me inside for a nightcap. I didn't assume that I was getting lucky, but I wasn't about to turn her down. So I went inside for a cup of this weird ginger tea in the comfort that our little stalker friend would soon get bored and wander off. I was in her flat for no less than an hour, and by that time, each of us was confident that our new friend had departed. We even checked out of her bathroom window, which looked down into the street, and he was nowhere to be seen. So I thanked her for a good night. We had a little smooch, and I started my walk home with that lighter-than-air feeling you get after a successful date. It's around that time that I start thinking something along the lines of, God, imagine if that loser was somehow still following me, which prompts me to look over my shoulder. Lo and behold, there's a single figure following me, maybe 50 or 60 meters behind, with a remarkably similar silhouette to the lad who tried following us. I have to admit to being in a state of disbelief for a moment as I stopped and studied the figure as they approached. Then, after passing under a streetlight, I got a clear look at the person. It was him. "You gotta be screwing with me, mate," I said out loud, and immediately they stopped. I knew it was him, so him playing at being a statue didn't make a blind bit of difference. I just told him to keep his distance and there'd be no problems, then just carried on with the 20-minute walk back to my place. Every so often I'm checking over my shoulder and this lad is still behind me. Granted, he's some way away, but he's definitely following me, and the closer we get to my apartment, the more it becomes obvious that he's making a considerable effort to close the distance. Now, unlike Lima, the apartment I lived in was just one of two in this big old Edwardian. I have the top floors, while the other tenant had the ground floor and the basement, complete with his entrance. So, if this lad sees what door I go into, he's got my flat. He doesn't have to guess which one of the 60 I'm in. He knows where I live. Obviously, I'm not in the least bit comfortable with that, so I decide on a little show of force to deter my new follower. I turn around and just march right at him. Then, when I'm within about spitting distance, I gave him what for about being a creep and a loser, promising I'll kick his head in if he carries on following me. It seemed to have the desired effect as he started walking off in the complete opposite direction. It was really strange, but I carry on walking, checking over my shoulder one more time, and he's gone. Problem solved, right? Well, not quite. About a minute or two goes by and I reach the entrance to a fairly small park. My flat is literally just on the other side of it, so I'm in this blissful ignorance of thinking that not only had I scared the creepy guy off, but that I was so close to home that nothing could possibly hurt me now. I mean, I was on home base, right in my big old backyard. Besides, I'd had a great night. I had drinks with this gorgeous anesthesiologist, definitely securing myself a second date in the process, and I had myself a little tough guy moment with that absolute bam. Everything flashed bright for a second, and I felt my knees just buckling under me, almost as if though my brain had switched off power to them. I honestly don't know if I was knocked out for a second or two, but I do know that the next thing I can feel is this sharp, hot pain in the back left side of my head. I knew that I'd been hit by something, I just didn't know what or by who. I was so dazed that it didn't even occur to me that it could have been him. I honestly thought I was just being mugged or something, in which case it wouldn't have been my first rodeo. I'd been mugged at knife point in London back when I was a student, and I needed to just keep my mouth shut, hand over the valuables, and get away with nothing but damaged pride and a lump on my head. So, the only thing I do before trying to find my feet is to toss out my wallet and phone onto the concrete and just be like, just take it and F off. I heard someone wheeze a laugh, probably at how pathetic I looked. But when they spoke, I knew exactly who it was. "I thought you were going to kick my head in. Now look at you." Whack. It kicked me so hard in the side of the head that I thought my orbital socket might be broken. And in between worrying that I'd end up losing my eye if they kicked me again, it dawned on me the little tow rag who'd been following me had somehow found a way to cut me off and ambush me. And it became quite obvious that I was in much, much more trouble than I'd first anticipated. The phone and wallet weren't going to cut it. I needed to get on my feet, and fast. It didn't matter that I was taller and stronger, maybe even faster than this guy. He had the upper hand, and let me tell you, it was not a nice feeling. The force of the kick set me off balance, but I tried to use the momentum to find my feet. If I was drunk, I'd have been utterly screwed, but since I was sober, I did actually manage to get both feet on the ground before trying to bring myself upright. But nope. Another kick hits me right in the corner of the mouth, and I was sent flying backwards again. This time, not only is my mouth filling up with blood, but I can feel the teeth on the left-hand side of my mouth grinding together where the kick had chipped a few of them. It sent my skin crawling as I spat the blood out. I put my hand out and felt something cold and metallic, a fence on which I was once again trying to pull myself up. But again, right as I was about to find my feet, the guy attacked. Only this time, he didn't strike me. He wrapped one arm around my neck and held something cold and sharp over my right eye. I'm not sure if it was a knife or a piece of glass or whatever, but I think that was the single most terrifying moment of my life, thinking, well, I'm going to be blind now, and hoping I'll be able to buck him off before he goes for my throat or something. Only he didn't cut me. Instead, he hissed something right into my ear. Let's just say brevity wasn't his strong suit, and I'd rather not type out the actual exchange, but it was as gloating, vicious, and vile as you can imagine, with plenty of references to the date I'd been on that evening. I didn't beg. I didn't cry. I just waited for whatever was going to happen. But thank God he must have seen sense or something. He made some comment about me only being alive the next day because he'd let me live. After that, he gave me one more good punch to the side of the face. Then all I heard was the sound of trainers hitting concrete as he legged it. I spent the next few minutes spitting out blood as I tried to find my phone. I think he'd either stamped on it or I'd maybe tossed it with a little too much force because the screen was smashed into bits. But again, a little bit of divine intervention meant it worked just enough for me to hammer out a 999 call, after which I dragged myself to the park's gates and sat there waiting for the ambulance to turn up. Aside from a bit of concussion, a lot of swelling, and some chipped teeth, I was pretty much all right. There was no skull fracture, no broken orbital socket, nothing like that, although I'd been lucky to say the least. The doctor said the first wound on the back of my head looked like it had come from a brick or a large rock, and if he'd hit me any harder with it in that particular spot, there's a good chance he'd have just killed me with his first strike. And that was the really scary bit, thinking that all the kicks and punches and threats that came after were like a weird blessing. I was still alive, when in some timelines, I would be checking in for the big sleep. I was angry about it for a long, long time, and I'd be a liar if I said I didn't let that attack change my behavior for the worse for a while. Seeing the guy getting 6 years for assault and grievous bodily harm really helped things, but still, that wasn't enough for me on some level, and it took me a while to acquiesce. Me and Lima carried on dating for a few months, which was lovely, but she had to move away for work, so obviously we had to call time on it. And the 4 trips to the dentist were terrible, as they basically had to file and cap my teeth one at a time, and that was definitely the worst part. How 5 minutes turned into an ordeal that lasted months of court dates and dental appointments. That's my one big takeaway from the whole thing, really. How one little misunderstanding can have terrifyingly far-reaching consequences.